Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you guys are around the world. It is time for our semi-finals here. It has been a long road to this point. Yesterday, we saw the madness go down where Team SMG, I see a lot of the Team SMG fans in chat already starting to spam away because they made it here by the skin of their teeth, but they came back in style on the maps. They did win, and now, Mitch, we're going into our opening games. This is the route we took across the format, and my God, 2 best of 3s today. This is going to be an epic game from start to finish, I'm sure, because attack all around, they certainly looked better, but SMG have got that never give up mentality.
Well, exactly, right? SMG kept themselves in a series that they were 2 rounds away from losing after that second map, and yet they were able to bounce back, look a whole lot better coming into the third, and show us that, okay, Ascent is definitely not their map. It's not where they want to be playing. We saw it versus Thailand Attitude. We saw it yesterday versus Boom, but realistically, they've shown themselves to be a pretty solid team.
And this is all for getting into that final spot. You can see the money on the screen right now. $13,000 for the champion, and then 5K and 2K afterwards. A lot of money on the line here for the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. This is the group stage we went through, right? This is where we see it all go down. Already, Boom, they got eliminated yesterday. They had a very interesting agent pick coming out. Something we did question a bit. They were trying something out, right? I'm not sure about trying it out in a quarterfinals game, but you know, they wanted to break the meta a bit and potentially break their opponent.
Yeah, it's not every day that you see the triple duelist lineup come into fruition. I'll say that for sure, and it definitely maybe wasn't the best idea for sure, but at the end of the day, you know, we got to see something new. It won a couple of maps. Don't know if that was down to the agent composition in particular, though.
Yeah, that's kind of how it all goes down sometimes, right? It's what they're comfortable with, what we may not know being normal, what be good and what might be normal for them. But overall, I was very impressed with what I saw from both teams on different styles. Like, there's still mistakes being made. Check your corners is definitely our main phrase at the moment. Through every region, though, I think that's the biggest problem.
Yeah, most definitely. So I think arguably we've seen it less in Asia than in EU, at least in the Allied Esports Odyssey. It felt like we were consistently sat there saying check your corners. Here it's like 1 or 2 times a day. So it's a little bit more of a relief.
We'll certainly take that. Now here's our knockout stage MVP. We got Wannafly right at the top. He's going to be seen in our opening game here. Then Yu is second in play, and he's also in the second game. Only one word is the team he plays for. They'll be going up against AHQ Esports Club later on. And for those of you guys who are asking when the game will be starting, real soon, just a few minutes. We're just bringing you into this. We're catching you up on everything you may have missed, because today is the day where we get to see which teams are going to the finals, which teams will be playing in that third place decider. This is the way it all goes down.
When I look at these teams, realistically, we're in for one hell of a day, Banks. Team SMG and attack all round. Depends on the form SMG show up on, but if it's map 1 or map 3 of what we saw yesterday, I'm confident that we'll at least get a 3-mapper out. Only one word in AHQ. I'm in the same boat. I think both of these teams should be able to butt heads pretty evenly. And so hopefully we're getting a full 6 maps out today. Let's pray for it.
Now, looking at our first team in the opening game here, it's Team SMG from Singapore. They got a big roster, but the main culprits of that team were putting in some work. Divine yesterday, well, he was sublime. He was owning it up from start to finish. That clutch round he had at the end, it was like a 4v3, and he just doming people left, right, and center from lamps. Yep. Zez BW was on the operator, the marshal. He's the sniper man from start to finish. Foul on the Cypher. Mr. Consistent that comes in there. But Lexi's Rays, wow. He really turns up on every single game. Even when he starts having a bad game, you go, what? Like, you're still doming like that? And then we come on to attack all around from Thailand, and you got to start pointing out that Chromex, Conga Red, Ginny, Wannafly, all of these guys can have moments. This is what's scary about this team.
Well, yeah, Conga Red, as I said yesterday, was the top-rated player coming into the playoff stage. He definitely didn't have the best of games starting things out, but we've still seen those signs of life there from him. But definitely, I agree with the rankings at the moment. Wannafly was the one walking away with the cake. You think back to map 1 versus Thailand Attitude, they only won by 4 rounds. And yet, up there at the top of the scoreboard, 26 kills was Wannafly. The next closest player had 16. And it felt like we just had showstoppers coming out every round from that guy. It was unbelievable.
It really was. And actually, no, A-Sticks, I didn't give him a lot of love in that. I kind of skipped over him a little bit. He's more the supportive element. He's more the man that kind of can sit back but be consistent for him. But overall, when you look at attack all around, you can see why they're slightly ahead there on the average combat score. Because in general, they've looked like the better team. But Team SMG, they've got that resilience.
I think A-Sticks might actually have a KD of 1 at this point, like dead on. It seems like he just so consistently does his job. He gets a kill, he gets traded. That's all you really need him for. And we talk about, I guess, a little bit, and regardless of the game, there's always these players that you can look at a scoreboard and go, oh, well, he's not at the top. He's not doing a great job, is he? But realistically, if you watch the games back, you'll see that they're fulfilling the role. And that's what you need some players to do. You can't have 5-star fraggers, or at least, well, someone should tell G2
that. Yeah, sometimes it's slightly different when it comes to it. We're looking at A-Sticks. We're looking at the Kama. It's a Brimstone versus Sova here, going on a head-to-head. And again, similar stats can be quite close to this. Very interesting to look at to see how it's going to pan out when they go head-to-head against each other. The one thing, right, that I think is very interesting is that we've already seen Attack All Around quite recently managed to take a big win in the Africa TV Asia Invitational event, and they 2-0'd the final against AHQ Esports Club. Having the fact they also 2-0'd their quarterfinal game yesterday against Thailand Attack, who we were very positive about. It was a 16-9 on Ascent, a 16-3 on Haven. These guys, if they get going, they become very hard to stop. So I don't know, man. I've seen what SMG can do. I just feel like they're going to have to kick it into a whole nother level if they want to take the win here today.
Yeah, as I said, I'm hoping for 3 maps within this one. I think SMG should. It's reasonable that they'll take 1 out of the first 2, but AAA, realistically, they're the team that we come in favoring massively. I mean, I've favored them for the whole tournament to take that win. There's Ginny on your screens, and whilst consistently getting a decent performance, there's some games where she just turns up massively. And again, one of these players that maybe it doesn't show up in the scoreboard all the time, but it's these pivotal rounds where you're finding like 1v3s. Remember back, not in the last game, but the one before, where you saw Ginny do really well up against Boom, I think it was, the first time around in group stages.
Yeah, exactly that, right? And now when I go look over the SMG side, it's a little bit more difficult for this team because when we're seeing, and everything they've been able to deliver has looked good, but it's just not been as clean as what I like to see here. So we know they certainly got hyped off the previous game. We know that they came through and they came from behind, which is the most impressive here. But when it comes to how they go up against Attack All Around, I think they can definitely potentially find some success when it comes to a map like Bind. But I don't know, man. I'm not going to be negative on them straight away, but I'm just thinking, has SMG got enough in the tank to be able to do this?
It's a rough question, right? The fact that they didn't convincingly win over Boom on any map, like it was 13-11 on the first map they won, it was 14-12 on the second. Obviously, Ascent was terrible for them. And so, presuming Attack All Round have taken a look at that game, which coming into playoffs, you would imagine they have, I think they're going to be pretty ready for Ascent. We already saw Attack All Round play it a couple of times. They played it versus Thailand Attitude. It's where they won 13-9. It's where Wannafly was going ham on that raise, taking advantage of all the close range angles and choke points. And I do feel like that has to be their pick coming in after watching that game yesterday. So my question is, do SMG have a map that's going to be so heavily favored to them, or enough that they can pull it across the line and then do it on a third map? Because once AAA pick Ascent, I do not see that going SMG's way. They looked lost yesterday.
Yeah, they really did. Now you can see here, ZesB, he's on the screen up against Wannafly. Now these are your 2 operator players for the teams. And I got to say, Wannafly yesterday, he looked like a monster. He was unstoppable. But ZesB, he was coming in, and he was in a really interesting position where the way he was playing the Marshal and Operator was like pretty much every shot was hit. He was just on another level, getting it done for his team. I think that's what was most impressive here. And the only difference I'm going to say between the 2 is that the Phoenix we see a lot more out here in Southeast Asia, but I'm still not fully sold on it. Like Padifan, he showed us that it's definitely viable, but his team's already out. They didn't get the win in. So other than that, I'm not really going to be like, oh yeah, ZesB's really strong on it. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I'm down with that one. It's more like ZesB's just really strong in general, or ZesB. I have to stop with the "bu" at the end of it.
It's really funny, right? I get it because it's like ZesBW, you could say, I guess, but like Zesbu? No, I'm not really down for that, so I'm just going to call him Zesby at this point. I don't exactly know. Maybe he'll come into chat and tell us at some point. And for the people in chat, just so they know about the agents on there was a lot of crazy agents picks coming out yesterday. So what you're going to see on that is like some of them not maybe playing the agents you're used to them seeing. So it's one of those ones where we aren't even ourselves 100% sure on the agent picks that will come through.
Yeah, it happens a couple of times, right? Players just decide to mix it up last second, get their triple duelist setups out. Hopefully we're not going to see any of that today, because again, like, it worked, but I do feel like whenever you've got two teams that are so similarly skilled, or one that's slightly above on an individual level, you can do that. Also, it gives you an advantage in that most people aren't going to be ready to play against that. And the disadvantage, as we saw, was that when you've got three duelists and you don't have a Sage, you don't have a Cypher, you don't have a Sova to play off info, you have to go super aggressive to try and get that intel early on. And they actually did have a Sova, so obviously they could still play a little bit more info game, a little bit slower, but they still consistently were pushed into this position where, 40 seconds into the round, they're sat there going, what do we do? Where are they going? Oh, we just got to push on the defensive side, get aggressive, and a lot of those fights end up being 50-50s.
Now, this is going to be split that was picked by SMG. Defensive side is going to be for attack all around. That would have been their pick with all of it. And then remember, after this, the loser will then be the one who picks the next map. So for SMG right now, they've got a good chance they can get in some comfort here. They're going to see what they can do on split against attack all around. And chat, I appreciate you guys. I know you love seeing how we're looking so tired right now, but we're here. We're happy. We want to see some Valorant. And it may be early in the morning, but we're here to give you a show. We're here to give you the games. We definitely got some energy drinks cooking right now to keep us fully charged, ready for all of it. And I'm hoping some of these players have taken some energy drinks to get themselves in the best position. Remember, it's one best of three. You want them at the very top with it all, right? You want them full energy, full charge, given that they're all no mistakes being made, because this is their chance to get to the grand final.
Absolutely. I want to lock in that position right here and now. What better way to start it than winning the pistol on the first map? That's what SMG are thinking, grouped up outside A. They're going to send their Sage solo in through ropes. Being blocked out by a Cypher already, though. They rotated over and put that tripwire down early. So the info is going to come into play, and at this stage, they've already got a 4-man stack on A.
Ooh, the nades coming out. Wanafly coming up huge. Lexi finds one of his own, though, already. SMG, large and in charge. It's a 2v2, but the timer. Ooh, Wanafly, you got to be careful. Nice headshot landed. He's continuing to deliver. He's biding as much time as possible. Foul, foul, foul. Run straight into this.
Well, that's one hell of a way to start it out. The man that we hyped up.
He delivered.
A double kill with the nades straight away. Like, the 4-man stack that you had coming in was obviously going to help them out anyways. But the fact that he finds so much space to just dominate those fights after SMG started it out so well, that's devastating. It's like Lexi's coming in going, hey, I'm going to get one with my nade. Wanafly's like, oh, you get one? That's cute.
He showed him how it's done. That's certainly a good start for his team there. Scary pistol, despite the 4-man stack being there, that attack all around nearly didn't hang on to it, A lot of bodies there. It's Conga Red. God, it's nice and easy for him to poke out with the first. He carefully backs away. He's looking into more of them. They'll now be able to grab themselves a weapon. The heal coming straight in for those grenades. Firing back out. The Rays are looking to gain control of middle. They don't want to allow too much. And Wanafly up to his old tricks again. Ginny needs to be careful here, but she's not pressured too much at all. And we'll see AAA hold on nicely. Only one player lost. A good hold despite a lot of mid-pressure being shown. And the simple 2-0 goes the way of AAA as SMG will now buy up and take the big weapons into play.
Was that 2 kills for Wanafly in that round? Yeah, 6 out of 7 now. Look, the ultimate's almost online coming into round 3. He finds 1 kill, and having the operator in hand makes that quite likely on the upgrade. This could be a disaster for Team SMG. What better time to have it as well? The first buy round, you come in, you're thinking, okay, we lost the pistol, it was close. Wanafly at a lucky time. Let's come in and smash them out now. If he finds this opening pick with the operator, you could all of a sudden see this round spiral out of control. But luckily, there's nobody outside of A, at least not aggressively. They're looking for mid control. That's been abandoned, especially towards rope room.
Oh, nice timing from Conga right there. Takes a bit of damage from the nades. Needs to realistically heal himself up at this point. He's worried about this push coming through. Oh, he's looking to do some damage. He somehow still gets one with the Spectra. Now Wanderfly's here. Now he's got his ult online. This is where it can get very scary. He gets rid of the boom bot, but Lexi on that refrag shoots him in the head. Chromex looking to try and hold on. They've still got a one-man advantage in this, but Team SMG, they could try and push into B. They've got full control of it, but they are scared before putting that spike down. You hear the Q go in. And look at Lexi's position, carefully waiting for that Cypher to push on forward. Oh, Zesby! They run straight into him. He took a forward position. They didn't expect it. Now it's going to have to go clutch mode here for Chromex.
He's got the one
on the first. Oh.
Nice job by Lexi. Just holding down the angle. Had a player on the other side of the box. I don't think that would have been an angle that was expected either. And for attack all round, okay, you lose that round, you upgraded one operator. Other than that, it was 2 Bulldogs, 2 Spectres. I'm completely behind a buy like that. The thing is, now the Showstopper's online. This is where it can really come into play for attack all round to make a big change if SMG go fast into a play. But I think the problem really, because you can see those ultimates, right, up the top, SMG should be very cautious of this. They know at this point, typically, what is a normal setup on split? When you've got a Raze and a Sage, left side mid, is pretty much where they always play. Sure, the previous round they went for the early A pick, but this is more standard. They should be ready for it. You see that Wanderfly was actually hiding around the corner, not spotted, so they might think now, oh, it's just a Sage, don't worry about it. Oh, no. Didn't think they'd pushed up that much. That's the disaster, but the trade found back by Congared. All right, you'll take that.
He's not going to complain about that at all. The revive coming in, and this is a complete turnaround here for AAA. Ginny also playing on the operator. Lexi's going to try and back away just a little bit here. Wants to try and regain some control with Kama. But now they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Because whichever way you want to go, you're heavily outnumbered. And this is a true bounce back. Remember, attack all around in the previous didn't have all the great weapons. They kept a few Spectres on themselves. So they've got that caveat to play off of here. And Ginny can just hold the angle all the way down here. Doesn't need to be pressured at all. Realistically, you're just going to save your weapons, and I think that's the best thing for SMG.
Yeah, like a 45-second save call. That's quite rare, but in a 2v5, it doesn't really make sense to just throw yourselves aimlessly at these players. Maybe if all the ultimates were online, right, you'd go in, try to find a kill, as in if they were all online for attack all around, then maybe you could bait out those ultimates and waste it down. But with just the Raze online, it's unlikely that she even thinks about popping it. It's definitely the right call. You don't want to lose those weapons just for an ult charge yourself.
You know, I was actually thinking, right, on the previous round, we could have been seeing 3-0 for attack all around, because when the Raze on Wanderfly got his ult up, obviously he wanted to just sit there with the operator, but he tried to back away. Imagine if he'd popped his ult at that point. I know it's like a small detail, but like, had he popped the ult, he probably could have taken down Lexi and stopped that whole site push from coming in.
Yeah, possibly. It's one of those rounds, I guess, where, it's a split-second decision. A split second, get it? But,
of course.
But unfortunately, they weren't able to get up there.
Why you got to start so early, Mitch? Why you got to start this kind of stuff so early on?
They just couldn't really get the ascent up to the third round that early on. They had to wait one more. It's a shame because it put them in a bit of a bind, but being able to come back into that round, get the resurrection online, bring back up Wanderfly, start popping off those kills, that was really solid work for them. I really feel like at the moment, if they can even get a couple more rounds this early on, they'll find this to be just a safe haven of the scoreline.
Someone stop him. Someone stop him. And someone also try and stop attack all around, because they're up 3-1 already. Mitch is throwing out all the puns, all the fun. And SMG again look to try and find some success at B. A lot more defensive this time around from attack. Oh, Lexi's getting it done though. Congrad falls once again. Can't stand in this position for far too long. Oh, nicely done. Wanderfly on the side. Good positions here from Chromex as well. They've got a good bit of crossfire, but Wanderfly can't stand up for too long. The rotation's already there, but it's one and one over and over again. Ginny now won't have the information. How's he going to be spotted out? Foul needs to land this shot. He's got the operator in hand. 35 seconds to play with. He is low, though. This is where Ginny has the advantage. He's going to be so careful. Finally picks up the spike, and Ginny's gone all the way around, taking her time, wants to close this out. Oh, tries to get baited. This is just destroyed.
So
Great
smart.
work from Ginny. Really smart play. No worries at all for her. And they grab 4-1.
You see in spawn there when Ginny throws out the paranoia, obviously she had no intention of pushing whatsoever. That was literally just to confirm to that player, I am here in spawn, hold this angle, and immediately rotated over towards heaven. That was just so perfect by Ginny. And this is what we're talking about, right? Those little decisions, those little clutches. That's what really makes the game for Attack all around. They're now 4-1 up, but more importantly, they've pushed Team SMG down to an eco. So that 1v1 defines 2 rounds essentially in what should be a 5-1 lead for Attack all round instead of a potential 3-2 or 3-3. Here's the shock darts. We've seen these from SMG before, just yesterday versus Boom. They're going to land up in heaven. I think they're going to smack Congarad in the face as well.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit too far.
Close, but no cigar. And Congarad just going to try and play off the edge of it. It needs to be careful, though, because if a player does swing really tight towards the wall, they might be able to see him. Because you get that elevated platform come up there. There we go. Sheriff shots come out towards him. He'll just back away for now. Boom not going to go out and do some further scouting for him. This is where One of Light can be very scary. Doesn't have the operator. It's Ginny that's going to be playing on it for now. He's got these grenades out. He wants to play a bit more aggressive towards mid. But they're holding B tower really nice so far. They're learning to be a bit more defensive because Team SMG have had quite a lot of success in finding the opening picks there.
The Divine's just cleared out everywhere. That's unfortunate though. Just one tap the nade. The slow just going to completely keep them back. And at this point, you know, SMG pushing towards heaven. They know there's 2 players. They know they're holding 2 different angles. And Congarad tucks in. Let's Wannafly handle it. Perfectly done. There wasn't really a whole lot with pistols that you expect from them, but a flawless round from Attack all round. Exactly what they wanted. Their money is now sky high.
Yeah, they lost 1 round, bounced straight back from it. Now they're looking very comfortable. But SMG had this similar route before, right? Last time we saw them on bind. I said this on split, sorry. Last time we saw them on this, right? We said that it was quite an interesting match where we looked at what SMG were able to achieve. Because it was, what, 13-11?
13-11, yep.
Yeah, 13-11 we ended up seeing. And SMG, they got that because Boom were, I don't know, gifting away a couple of rounds towards the end there. Realistically, it looked like Boom were going to take the win.
Yeah. Boom were ahead by a fair bit. I think it was 11-8 or 11-9 at one point.
There
and
we
then
go.
they just completely slipped up round after round. It was a 1v1 where they refused to use a... 3v1 where they refused to use paranoia. Went out for the kills instead. Ended up losing that pistol. That could have been the end. We wouldn't even see them here at this point.
Wannafly overextending there. And Ginny swapped it over from playing A, gone over towards B with the operator. And this time, Team SMG, they were keeping it super defensive. They didn't want to go too aggressive with this position. Getting open. Can they play off this? Can this be enough for them?
Well, there's one way to find out, Banks. That's for sure. The Sova going to be the one that has to do a lot of this damage, but the camera spotted him out. They know exactly where he is. Already knew he was upper, but now confirmed is out on the ledge. Here comes the recon dart over towards the back of the site. Lands firmly in the open. It's spotted out Sova, but not the Omen. It doesn't matter. They're already rotating, moving in towards middle. Look at this position. Oh no! Congarad. I thought he was going to catch Kama off, but at this point he was hearing the steps towards spawn. He was focused on that, wanting to get the flank on. Didn't think about sewers.
Chromex is going to have to come up huge here. The ult's going down. He's standing right on the edge of it. He's going to try and slap as many of them as possible. Starts off with 2 or 3. Chromex! That's insane! They had the advantage. They had it down. They had it sealed. And Chromex absolutely bodied all of them. He's backed up by ace ticks. What a play using the Cypher cage. He sat it in himself. Luckily on the second kill, he literally just walked into his crosshair. But if you're SMG, that hurts. That's pain in the brain. All those headshots delivered close range. The ult even used to try and clear out the site as well. The back of B, it was a smart position. This second one, they just run in. Chromex is doming him.
That's honestly just heartbreaking. Like, everything went right for them in that round. They caught Congarad off with the timing on mid, avoided that early flank. And then, of all the plays inside of the Cypher cage, they just never expected it. And why would you? Realistically, why would he be holding close in that scenario? It's one of those plays that it's so smart because it's so unexpected. Lexi catches Ginny off before going down. Now there's only one player left to defend A. Heavy rotates on their way. And the thing is, SMG, well, they can't go that quickly, actually, because the spike is down towards the B side.
Oh, nice. A-Sticks evening up the numbers. Despite it being pistols, them finding that early pick onto Ginny, he's able to at least push them back away from A for now. Well, that operator's still on the floor. You don't realistically want to give it to him. Now, interesting. They're off the back of pistols, and says B has an operator. Congaree comes from the side and just slaps him down. Will eventually fall, but it's only Kama to try and hold on to this position. The Sova has got himself on towards B all alone. No chance of having the weapons. And I love this, but A-Sticks committing the Hunter's Fury. Seems a bit of a over-the-top attempt at using the ult, if I'm honest.
Didn't even go in for the third burst.
He's just like, this is wasting. No one's here.
Yeah, 3v1, it's an interesting time to pop it for sure, but that spike is going to get planted. He spotted afterwards, but hey, it'd be handy if you had a Hunter's Fury after he gets tagged up, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I'm guessing he just assumed they'd all be stuck together, but they wanted to get the spike down. They wanted an additional boost of creds. Divine's able to make sure that's a possibility. But 7-1, and this is looking incredibly scary for SMG. I said about it yesterday. Attack all around look like the best team in the region right now.
They definitely do. Hey, we literally did one game. We cast one game with attack all around, and immediately we were like, yep, these look like the cleanest Valorant that we've seen. And it's certainly holding up versus Team SMG. Again, I feel like for SMG, I want 3 maps. The possibilities are always there. Obviously, we favor attack all round. The upside is that if they lose on bind, they get to, or if they lose on split, excuse me, they get to choose again, and I'd imagine that would be bind that they'd pick out. The problem is, the second they win a map, attack all round just pick Ascent. And we've seen from SMG, they're not comfortable on that map, and attack all round definitely are.
Already early in age going out. We'll force them back for now. Oh, here we go. Hunter's Fury coming out from Divine. He's able to force one player away with it. The Raze ult is still up on attack all around. Quantify's been putting in that work, but he's very low on health. He needs the heal coming in. Boombot goes out for a bit of a play. Oh. Was there Boombot? I wasn't sure which one it was then.
And neither was Kama, evidently.
Kama's like, wait a second. Can I be sure this is mine?
I mean, look, when I hear that Boombot coming towards me, I'm not taking any chances. I'm shooting it. I don't care whose team it's on. Oh, here we go. Ultimate pop by Lexi. Clears back corner. It's good for info. Oh, no.
No. Congaree, though, he's up to his old tricks again. He's been a bit quiet so far this game, but looking to turn it around now. A-Sticks has fallen, but it's still a 2 versus 3, and they've got the revive up if they do want to use it. But Ginny's fallen as well, and you might just want to back away. And that's exactly what Congaree decides to do. SMG finally getting another round there. They continue to hit mid and B far more than A. This is where they're at least finding success. Oh, Congaree's putting in some more damage, though.
1v2, res? Yeah,
oh,
there goes
yeah.
the Ginny. This is
Off the side, got to be careful. You need to push out with your teammate there. You can't be going just straight after the revive comes into play. You weren't even that precious for time either.
That wasn't even, that definitely wasn't down to Ginny, just for y'all watching, because Ginny's obviously stuck in the animation being revived. It's weird for Congaree to rush forward like that and go in for the duels. And just a second or two later, you could have had those trades, and it was an elongated enough fight, right? Maybe you could have had Ginny just immediately trade that with the operator. It's a shame, but that's how it goes. SMG do get their first round on the board. Attack all round committed heavily to it. They popped up the ultimate on Wannafly and over towards Chromex. Or Congaree, excuse me. So they're using up a lot of utility for that one. It's a great round win for SMG.
And SMG now have 2 ults up for themselves. On the Sage and the Cypher. The Sage one being utterly important here. Zesby, this is why he's such a monster. Because he can be the game changer as a Sage and be picking up so many kills over and over again. But Wannafly, he just holds the angle. He waits it out.
That's the revive gone as well. Really valuable kill. If that was anyone else, wall up, res, easy peasy. But it ain't so easy when your Sage is gone.
No, it really isn't. Chromate's covering as much as he can here. You can see looking right and left. The Boombot's going to come out, but doesn't need to be scared of that. He's got some information that they might be coming closer towards B. Slow's already been put on the floor by Congared. They're going to get ready for this all to go in. SMG continue to focus in on B.
They've got
Smoke's
no
going up. Oh, the spray's going to come through this time. Chromax isn't able to lock it down. Wannafly is able to chime in, and Congared with a spray down from down below. Divine now all alone is going to be fighting back in a 1v2. It's certainly possible. He's got the spike down, fakes it out. Ginny holding right on the corner, doesn't want to push into it just yet. They're going to play this smart in the 2v1, play with the teamwork in. Shock darts going out, but they're not going to connect either. Oh, that's brilliant from Ginny. Comes in, knows exactly where to look, puts the paranoia down. But Divine can't move, he's trapped. He knows he's trapped. Oh, the shot misses from Ginny, what? Oh.
I think Ginny might have started to move as she
Yeah.
shot. That's the only...
Because that looked like it was bang on.
Yeah,
didn't
that
it?
was dead on. There's no way that missed. I think it was one of those moving shooting. You kind of panic a little bit. 8-2. Good round for attack all round, but we still have those ultimates in play for SMG, and that can be a big difference maker when it comes through to finding those opening tools, maybe losing them, but getting the res up.
So just to explain to people in chat, that's not hit reg at all. If Ginny just clicks forward or moves too early before taking the shot, then she'll whiff a shot because it just sends it off to a different angle. If she just stayed still and took the shot, that's bang on. She would have got that kill. Sometimes it happens, you know, you go a little bit too fast. But either way, they still won the round, and that's the main thing in this one. Attack all around at 8-2, and SMG, they're in struggle city right now. And Ginny starts off strong. Ooh, Wannafly missing an easier shot there. The pistols will eventually take him down. But Congared's there. He says, nope, you're not getting past my wall. Says B wants to put his own up, wants to bring him across. Ooh!
You will not.
They're fighting it off. Oh, it's coming in. They believe they can get it done here. But Ginny, she's still going to be fighting out here. Doesn't want to allow him too much room to move. Backs away, goes into her teammate. Still a 3 versus 2. It's actually quite doable here for SMG. The problem is they haven't been able to get their hands on the weapons.
Yeah, well, that's the issue, right? Popping the res that early on before you've recovered those weapons, I guess, is a little bit over aggressive, but at the same time, I can see why. All right, it made sense. 3v3, you think you're going to be able to get up there, pick up one of those rifles, and really make the turning point in the round. But now they're left in a position where they've committed their best ultimate, really, or one of their best. The best they had online towards this, and they don't want to go all in. They're not going to be popping up that Hunter's Fury and trying to clear out these angles. And look at this cheeky little angle by Ace. No way they expect this. And yeah, look, they're coming around looking for the weapon on the floor. Instead, they just get domed. And an easy finisher for attack all round. 9 on the board on split defensive side. Slightly better than you'd expect. 8-4, I'll accept. 9-3, massive advantage for attack all round. If they get to 10, this gets ridiculous.
Yeah. If they get 10, they get the pistol, then you're like, oh, cool, instantly on match point. No problem at all. Wannafly again. He's looking to take the MVP spot, Mitch. He's just going for it in every game. Don't even need to see his ult have much success. What, he's had 2 ults this game and both missed?
Yeah, I don't think he got a kill with the showstopper just yet.
He's just like, you know what? It doesn't really matter. I'll just do it with the operator. I know I'm sick with that and the pistol.
Here's the rotate through rope room as well. Wannafly is on his way towards the A side. That nade could come into play. You can throw it really nicely so it just perfectly blows up and the cluster falls down on top of them. He's opping instead. Finds the opening onto fall. And remember, they popped that res in the previous round, so for the final, they don't have that to work with.
Problematic once again for SMG. They've really struggled on the openings. Even the ones they've got that went their way. Attack all around have been able to swing out. Put some aggression back towards SMG and make them pay the price. Ginny just going to hold this off.
Cover going out.
Oh, I love this. Puts down the orb, backs away. Know they're quite close. Doesn't want to face it too much because 2 players could push. She might only be able to get 1 from that position. She's just going to play it smart. I actually feel like at the moment, SMG are just second guessing themselves far too much here.
Yeah, I think that's a...
You're like so
pretty
scared
fair
at
guess.
this
Look,
point, right?
Like, look at exactly what they just did. We'll go A, then they shift walk through. It's not like they're trying to fake a mid play. They're shift walking mid, then they're like, oh, no, low time, go A. They look so scared.
Oh, here we go. The push comes in. Nice and fast. Oh, A sticks. It's so easy for him. Slapping 1, 2, looking for the third camera on the side. There's not much time. The showstopper finally works out for WannaFly. He's throwing out grenades as well. It's 10-2. Team SMG take the first half in absolute style. I think I said that wrong. I said SMG, didn't I?
You did. I don't think anyone's going to be confused if they've been watching.
No, I think they can see the scoreline.
Yeah. Someone coming in going, is this like
a little bit harder?
Is this like golf or something? You got to get the lowest score.
The lowest.
SMG didn't get that memo yet. It's unbelievable, honestly, the work that's being done by Attack all around. WannaFly in particular, obviously the player that we highlighted as having so much individual ability, but everyone's really stepping it up. You can look down towards the bottom at Chromex and Ginny and say, oh, well, look, they've only got 7 kills, right? That's less than half WannaFly's. Sure it is. And they've won rounds for their team individually. Ginny won out that clutch. Chromex has been consistently putting in the work, solo holding B when really he got very little contact, and obviously had a little 3K as well that helped out.
Again, mid-pressure always seems to be the one when it comes to a pistol round. Says B need to be careful here. First few shots coming out towards them. They're being hunted down. WannaFly. Speedy as you like. He gets the opening kill. It's the Sage going down, and the Sova is already quite low. And Attack all around, they're going to be having so much map control to work with here. They can just fade away and head back to A if they like.
That was just nasty, Banks. It was just ran straight
like literally
at
a
them.
skip off the wall, you know, like slid. He's got some ice skates on.
Exactly. He's ready to go. Looking over towards the A site, there's 2 players here. There's a whole lot more red than there is blue, or turquoise, or green. I don't know. What would you call it? That's turquoise, right?
Yes, turquoise I called out.
Okay, cool. I'm not great with colors.
Do you know what? Sometimes I always worry because it depends on what your monitor settings are like and things. I'm like, I say a color and then I'm like, wait a second. Have I changed anything on my monitor? Yeah. The push from AAA is coming in fast. Oh, they're not checking the corners. Camera slapping one of them. He's looking for more. He is able to then just go straight down afterwards. This is AAA. Headshots galore. There's only one Cypher at the back of sight. They're still pushing to sight. He may be the only one left. Val can do some damage here, but not for long. Because we're now at 11-2. Oh, Mitch, this is scary. They picked up the pistol.
They did, and Banks, that's really just the final nail in the coffin, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unreasonable to imagine them coming back. In the chat said that's cyan. I think you might be right. More cyan than turquoise. Okay. I'm looking up the colors on my phone and holding them next to thing.
With the next level.
Yeah, I think it's more cyan than it is turquoise. Turquoise is a little brighter. I don't know. We need to get a color expert.
Or is it cyan? I don't never know.
Cyan. I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. I just went with cyan from the day I saw it, so no one's corrected me yet. Yeah, I'll go find a color expert on Twitter and
yeah, here we go. Either way, it's some form of blue
or green. One or the other.
For Attack all around, they need to be careful. The timing, says B, you're so unlucky, and WannaFly domes the next. AAA pushing through, fast and furious. WannaFly, what are you doing? Just pulling out the pistol, slapping them down. This 12th round is going to look oh so easy unless we see something huge out of Kama and the Cypher. And remember, this was SMG's pick, ladies and gentlemen. This is what they chose to go in. This is where their potential best chance was going to be there.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking, really, for SMG holding up close when the shorties were in play. I don't know where the Sage was looking. Like, just turned to kind of take in the scenery.
Ooh.
That's so much damage. What do you do there?
WannaFly.
In fairness, both of those players were jumping as well in together. So maybe the shorty could have done some decent damage if he wasn't so far back, but it doesn't matter in the end. This is 12-2. And just an insane performance by Attack all around. And a game like this, there's no conversation around who's top or, well, who's bottom fragging anyways. It's really up to the top fragger. Look at WannaFly, 21 kills. Like, single-handedly pulling this team ahead. And then even in the rounds where it's gone wrong, Ginny and Chromex have clutched out. Ace as well had his one over towards the B site. It just seems like there is nothing. Every time SMG get an advantage, it just gets pulled back in a clutch by one of these other players.
The push out's going to come in. SMG looking to go aggressive on their defensive side. Is it going to be enough? The showstopper's there, and WannaFly can't press it quick enough. He'll go down. Zesby's aggression is working out. SMG have turned this around at least for one more round. They're trying to make sure it's not too embarrassing here. But it would take them 10 rounds in a row to take it to overtime, Mitch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that ain't going to be the easiest, is it? That's a little dink with a bulldog, but it's only a bulldog, sadly. I think I might have been through the wall as well. So we come over to another round, 12-3. But for SMG, it seems almost unimaginable to make this kind of a comeback. If they won the pistol, you could see it, but realistically, when they're in a position at 12-3, 9 consecutive rounds to make an overtime, to then fight again to try and get this done, it seems impossible.
It's very, very scary if you are on SMG here. No mistakes to be made. You've got to play your heart out once again. They always find themselves in these positions where they're behind, but we've seen them make incredible comebacks yesterday. It's just against a team like Attack All Around. I'm not sold on it, Mitch. I said this from the beginning. It's going to be hard. The SMG fans in chat, you're going to have to send all your energy, all your love, all your spam their way if you want to see them take this game. Well, the fact they made it this far, Mitch, they've made it to top 4, is still impressive.
Oh, definitely. Look, it's been a good run for them for sure. They had one hell of a series in that previous best of 3 they played. But here's the time that we knew that they'd be struggling the most. We said for Attack All Round. Oh, nice openings. Really solid start. That aggression through A has netted them a whole bunch. Now they just fall back. Going to take over control of the A site. And this B hold. 3 players here, one of which is a raise. That should be as easy as can be.
Foul, foul, foul. Managed to get Chromex just before the wall went down as well. Nice stuff in the end. He's just tapping him up with the Vandal, slapping heads. And a 4th round secured. SMG fighting for their lives, fighting for survival in this map. And at least for now, it is working out.
But for how much longer, Banks? That's the thing. Are Attack All Round down to pistols in this one? Or are they going to go in for an investment? I think they'll probably just be on a weak buy.
Yeah, I don't see any buys coming up in them yet.
There we go. Yeah,
got
just
a few
pistols.
sheriffs in there. Okay.
Because they could potentially go through and pick out the sheriffs, right? That's or pick out even like marshals, weaker weapons like specters. But sheriffs really is the way it should be. I love that. We're seeing the movement of Rays just in the last couple of weeks evolve massively into this beautiful, really speedy play.
No. Oh no!
Come on. 3
Not
tags.
like this. Not like this. They're going to be able to push through. Divine, he needs to hold on to this position as long as possible. But A6 could be causing a lot of problems here for them. Actually, close range, there's B. They don't expect the B player to be pushing at that point. Wall's going to go up and... Oh, nice efforts being put in here. SMG having to commit a lot just to take down the pistols, but it doesn't even matter because Ginny is not done when it comes to using that sheriff. 3 versus 3, an Attack All Round. There's still a possibility for him here. They've got 55 seconds to go. Oh, Conga Red! He's delivering more and more. It just needs a sheriff. They don't even need real guns. 2 versus 2. There's a lot of health been taken away.
DP up as well.
From ZB.
They could go A if they want to. If they realize both players are here.
Yeah.
I think they will. The cam going out. They're trying to grab this information, and there it is. They've decided on it.
So
going towards the A site. Easy plant. And the rotate safe through spawn is, well, it's going to be just that. It's going to be safe.
If Attack All Around get this, Team SMG are going to be killing themselves. Teleporting up high is so smart as well. Just in time, but foul. He delivers a headshot again. It is all on Chromex with the sheriff. Now, he can tag him up, but his position is going to be known now. They've both been hit, and says B lands it. That's the way you get it done. That's the way you hold on to it. But Mitch, it's very scary that it even became that.
Well, it absolutely is, Banks. You don't want to be in a position where versus sheriffs, you have to 2 versus 2 retake a site. Never mind now when the rifles really come out in force. That's when things do get properly scary.
Mitch, I need to apologize to Twitch chat. I told them to spam and give SMG their energy, and then they all start getting timed out. So what I will say is say it once to the rules within the Twitch chat. My bad, guys. My bad.
We're on this train. It's great.
Let's go.
What a fun time. Oh, the train tracks are ended. No! Okay,
Good
we're
timing.
good. Never mind.
Good
Whew.
timing.
Almost died there. Oh, this is a long fall.
Oh, great jump over there. That was close. The slow goes out as well. No push coming back on it, though. Attack All Around. they need to be really careful because SMG are throwing aggression at them left, right, and center. It's very hard to read. It's very hard to deal with.
There's the wall. Not this time
Oh,
for
no.
one. Fly goes up above, but gets caught out. It's like shooting ducks. A 5 versus 4 man advantage for Team SMG. The rush out of B main. No, oh, it actually does go quite well. They take down Divine. Lexy's here to try and do a little bit more, but he can't get anything done. And it's a 3 versus 2. Much more winnable position for attack all round.
They've got to be careful of that ult being used, though, up on Team SMG. Can force them off the site at any time. That's exactly what comes into play. Very smart to see that go down. It does a lot of damage, but Congared, he's not finished yet. With some time to go, it can't be going down like this. It's a 1v1. Val on the side. Congared delivers the headshot. It's 13-5, and attack all the round. Take SMG's map pick. What a play at the very end there. They avoid the ult. They come back in, and they slap SMG down in the 2 versus 3.
That was phenomenal, Banks. What a way to end it as well. Closing out the clutch. It didn't seem like it was all too likely. The opening kill, taking down WannaFly. That's the star player. But as we said, there is so much more to back him up.
Really?
He had a banger of a game. And on Split, when you're playing a Raze, hey, you expect good, but that was great.
Oh, no, it really was great. WannaFly over and over again for AAA. He's the man that delivers. He's the man that can put it up high on the scoreboard. And he really is looking like the player that's going to grab this MVP if he can keep this form going. Once again, Congared, yesterday you said he was a bit slower, right? He wasn't hitting as much as we saw in the group stage. Well, for now, he stepped up once again. Ace-Tix is continuing to be Mr. Consistent. And for Chromex, in my head just sits that time they pushed into B. He slaps them all around. He plays off the Cypher cages. Just so intelligent. The big IQ plays coming in.
Yeah, well, we just had so many big plays from every player on the attack all-round side. We've seen what they're capable of. But for SMG, they've really left us wanting. Now, I already said I think the next map's going to be Bind. They've played it a whole bunch. Obviously, they thought Split was going to be theirs, but we saw it versus Boom. It was 13-11. And the same for Bind, right? 14-12. It's not like these maps are massively favored towards them. And even if they do manage to pick up Bind, you're on to Ascent, and you need to deliver way better than you did previously. This is a really rough series now for SMG. We knew it was going to be coming into it, but I hope that they'd be able to pick up that first map so they could at least have their Split and their Bind and not have to win Ascent.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see, right? Because at least here, it gets to become SMG's pick again. The loser gets to do the map pick. It's not just going to go straight and be attack all around's pick. So SMG get another chance to find some strength. But the worrying sign is they've seen Split as a good map for them, especially after what happened yesterday. And then they just got absolutely destroyed by attack all around, who we have been so positive over throughout the course of this whole tournament.
Yeah, look, there's no secret that there are favorites. If you guys were in here a little bit earlier on, or yesterday even, or the day before, the first time we saw attack all round, I literally said, I think they're going to win the grand finals. I think they're going to go all the way, because out of the teams that we had cast, at least, they definitely looked like their fundamentals were down way more. Their team play was better, and they were even making mistakes in this series. That's the kind of concerning thing. You think about Congared, he reses up Ginny and then just rushes forward in the 1v2, gets picked off before they can take that fight together. That's not the kind of play that we saw from them previously, and they're still playing such a loose style, able to walk away with that map. That's the concerning part for me, because then if you actually start pressuring them to the point that they feel like they need to really switch on and come back into this, I don't think you're going to be able to. I think that at that point you're going to face an even better attack all round.
Well, the highlights are playing now, Mitch. We're going to get into it, go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be seeing map 2 between AAA and SMG for our semi-finals. We're going into our second game of our first semi-final of the day, and we saw SMG get destroyed on their map pick of Split 13-5. AAA were just far too strong, Mitch, from start to finish.
I don't know what happened there, Banks. You started that out on like 1,000,000% volume for some reason. You're good now. It's just the first two words came out like a speakerphone. One of those I don't know what they're called. A big. I'm making the hand signals. You can't see me. The cone thing that you speak out of in a crowd. I don't know. Anyways, shouldn't have tried. Let's move on. We're looking at map number 2. I don't know what it's going to be just yet. I'd imagine Bind because obviously SMG get the pick of it.
Yeah.
But honestly, I don't really mind as long as it's not Ascent. I feel like Haven or Bind probably have about equal chances for them at this point. The reality is attack all round are showing up, right? We've seen a very two-dimensional attack all round for the most part, with Wannafly just dominating all these individual duels. But we know that when he swaps over, that when he's not having as good of a performance, the rest of the team are there to back it up. And we've already seen that in all the clutches that they won coming throughout that first map even.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to, right? Is that there's a little bit more depth to AAA than what SMG have been able to show us. We saw AAA only just, right, managed to really be tested by one or two teams here. Where you look at SMG, they've been fighting for their lives in every single game. It's not been like some clear-cut wins. And yeah, we apologize for the loud noises that came through, guys. You know, like, literally, I've done everything, Mitch. There's nothing different on my Discord. Everything's normal now. This shouldn't be the case anymore.
This
I'm
happened
gonna blame
to
you,
Blah.
Mr. Producer.
This happened to Blah over in the Aura More event. It's just Windows sometimes decides like, oh hey, your microphone needs to go up a little bit. It doesn't make any sense. It just happens to some computers. Unlucky, I guess. We can maybe explore some options to fix that afterwards, but Blah couldn't find any. He kept thinking every day he had it, then he'd come through with just a peak. Megaphone, by the way, that's what it's called. Thank you there in Twitch chat. Jervis, you got me, bro. But yeah, so Banks, I want to know, attack all round SMG, right? I'm presuming Bind's coming up. Let's go down that narrative.
Yeah.
We are on Bind? Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go into Bind. Is this something that you think maybe they can, like, if they're gonna come back into it, what do they need right now? What are we looking for?
They need a phenomenal start. They need an attacking side that looks far better than what we've seen from them thus far. We need to see even a better game than what we saw from them yesterday against Boom, because AAA are a whole different beast when it comes to a game like this. And you go on the attack all around's defensive side, they've got confidence here. Look at that from Ace6 already. Well aware of what's going down. Gets ready to put the Boom bot in. They fall back. They don't overextend. They don't hold on to it.
Yeah, conceding the control, always a good idea. If you do feel like you're a little bit outnumbered, call for those rotates to come through. And they look like they wanted to make that full rotate, but they've decided to just slow it down after nobody comes out of Bath and the wall doesn't get broken. You look over towards the B side. Obviously, we're seeing a Phoenix come into play for attack all round. Don't see it every single day, but within the Asian region, it seems to be quite popular. There's the wall broken, giving away the fact that they are still here. The 3-man stack on the A side, about to be tested.
Oh, that Boom bot not really doing anything here for SMG. The pressure coming in towards Conga Red. He's not able to get anything done. The spike's going to be put on the floor as well, thanks to those smokes being utilized. But now it's all up to AAA to dance their way around this and find an entry if possible. SMG, they can get themselves nicely into positions they want to be sat in. How they want to try and deal with this is another thing, though. Flames go out. They start to pop off the wall. Divine, he's standing strong for now, and this is a huge chance in it. Oh, they fly at the same time, though. Zab's able to take down Chromex. It's now a 2 versus 3. Nearly the team flash coming in. Headshots delivered at least by Ace6. He's not finished yet, but he only has 22 health. He can't find foul, and he will go down. SMG do get the pistol round.
A good start for them, Banks. It's really what they need to come into this one with confidence. We expected Bind to be the pick, and obviously it is. But in order for it to look as good for them as it needs to, we're going to need to see these rounds continue to clock up. Attack all round now have a weak buy. And look, weak buys can be dangerous when it comes to the defensive side, for sure. But especially when you move towards that A side, I feel like with the agents that they have as well, they can clear out a lot of these angles on the close range using utility, and then just look for ranged fights. And that's exactly what we've seen again and again from Zesby. He's been a beast when it came down to the Marshall round 2.
Oh, he really has. And the thing is, when it comes to attack all around, that just come back to that sheriff round we saw where they nearly won it, right? Came down to the 1v1 in the end of it all on the previous map. So you really can't attack so confidently against AAA when they have these weapons in their hands. Not like other teams, you might just be rocking classics the whole time. Now Lexi, got to be careful, walk straight into the shorty. That's going to be a weapon for him. Now they're tucked away in the corner though. Hammer, he's able to hold him down. They swung at him at the same time. They didn't play that too smart at all, and at least for SMG, they keep themselves in a very nice spot here. Wall goes up, it's going to lock him out of lamps for now. Foul, foul, foul. He's going to go on the hunt. He's going to go through the teleport. Okay. He's going to run back around. He says, you know what? I want to get involved in the action now.
As lurk play didn't quite work out for him. I'm not a big fan of lurk plays when you're up against this kind of buy. It's where you just get isolated by a sheriff swinging on a corner. And all of a sudden you're in a lot of trouble. I want to fly. I respect the play, right? He's just sat in here, ready for someone to give him an opportunity with the shorty close range. Wants to take a weapon away from them. The time's ticking away, and it doesn't look like anyone's going to go towards him. I certainly wouldn't be pushing that with a Marshal. Desby's hopefully thinking the same thing.
Yeah, don't give him any opportunity now. No chance within this one. He'll just probably escape through that teleport, you know, save onto the shorty for the next round, for why not. And again, we continue to see more players pick up this Marshal in the second round. We see it often, right? A lot of teams want to go straight into the operator. They'll actually kind of get the Marshal and then wait a few rounds before they can hang on to the operator. In this way, Zesby's gone straight in with it. Very interesting approach to it, because sometimes the Marshal you can find is very useful, even going up against the full buy, as long as your team upgrade around it. So a bit of money being spent there. Yes, he's top ranking anyway, so it's not too much of an issue. There is money to be had there, but now it has to pay off, because the rest of your team gets slapped while they don't have the upgraded weapons. Then you're in for a world of hurt.
With the operator early on, we'll see if it does serve any purpose or any use for SMG. At the moment, you see the smokes are down. They're over in play the defensive side. That one on top of the box, I don't know if that's supposed to hit there. That is a defender's smoke, right? It's not red.
Yeah.
And if anything, I think that gives them an advantage on the attacking side, because they're able to see the feet of the player in towards Lamps as he peeks through. It comes through again, so obviously it's intentional. But to me, that serves more purpose for Zesby. Now, it does definitely help them as the players push over towards Lamps, right? If you're holding sight, you can see their feet, and they can't see yours because of the angle. But for that Lamps player, basically means he's not allowed to swing. He cannot do it, or they'll see his feet and just tap him to death.
Congo has to be careful here. They're waiting for him to make a mistake, though. They want to see him make a mistake. That smoke's going to be slightly problematic. Zesby can't really see off the side of it. Congo is going to go and tap a few shots through it, almost connecting as well. He actually does hit the raise just a little bit there. Wall's going to go up, and then they're blocked off for even longer time. They're going to have to break through it and give away their position if that's what they want to do. Otherwise, they just decide to hit the teleporter. Have to waste a blast pack on it. The spam goes out towards it. The slow's gone on the floor as well. So much committed to this. SMG need to go fast. They need to make sure they can get this done. Plant's going to go out. The Raze ult going up. Oh, it doesn't stop. It doesn't kill anyone. Less than ideal. More grenades go up as well, but no kills going the way. SMG, they're looking really strong this round, despite how far they've been pushed back.
Now, this retake's going to be difficult for attack all round. Having used up everything they've got early on, the molly doesn't even connect, but he swings of his own volition, and Kama finds one before going down. The flash going to go straight through the molly. Good push and a great kill. No second though. Wanna-Fly dealt with quickly. There's the blast pack down. Confirms the players are close. Zesby's able to support on the operator, and that's the round shut down. SMG winning out the first buy. And attack all round have got to feel a little bit of pressure at this point. That's a great start to the half for SMG.
To be fair, they did everything right on attack all around at the start. It's then how they approached the retake, because once the time was low, the job there was actually for A6 on the Raze to throw it out, right, and try and see more of the grenades do some damage. I guess obviously normally we see Wanna-Fly use the Raze, so kind of maybe a difference in just how they want to play it. But the better situation there for Ace is to throw down the grenades and try to stop that spike from being planted, especially when you push them for time so much with the wall.
I've spotted a player on the right. Did they see left? I don't. Well, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you get buckied in the face, does it?
Bucky power. And they grab themselves some weapons for their troubles as well. But the Cypher's pretty low. Rotation's going to try to come in. Smokes are going down from either side. SMG want to push on this fast. They don't want to get delayed by the smokes at all. Ginny holding with a Sheriff. Oh, she might see the legs, but Lexi too fast for it. Nade's going to go out. Oh, there's a player up top with the operator. It says B, of course. He walled himself up there. But Crow makes from the side, only good for one. Puts it into a 2 versus 2. This is certainly still winnable. A-Stick's looking to try and get through that wall, but he just can't get through fast enough. They know exactly where to look for him. Zesby lands the shot, and that's 4-0 now for SMG, looking so much better here.
Definitely. They're looking like a whole different team from what we saw on Split. And we know that both of these, realistically, when you look in towards Split and Bind, they weren't amazing for SMG versus Boom. And I put Attack All Around well above Boom as a team.
Yeah.
So the reality is I haven't got faith completely in SMG pulling this off. I still would favor Attack All Around. But we do need to see them answer up soon. I think their attacking side is where they're going to pick up most of the rounds. But if they manage to go 6-0 down, which losing this round would almost guarantee. Oh, what a pick by Wannafly. He's on 10 health, but of course he's got his wall. He's got his Molotov. He can heal himself up fully. But he did it in the open, which was a curious decision. That
didn't work out so well for him, yeah. I guess he did not expect him to be pushing like this, so it's just a 1-for-1 trade. Foul now stuck in the cage. Hellfire going to be used. They're firing off cages against each other here. Interesting Cypher versus Cypher play. Those site controls going to be had here for SMG, and that's what's huge. The defensive side, really, they look like they're kind of lost on what they want to do, how they want to retake these sites. They got a man disadvantage going into this one, and SMG is set up nicely. Good position on the Cypher camera, but Ginny's getting ready for the execute. The smokes will fly down, and then they'll begin their way to push in. They block off Hooker. The wall goes off, but it doesn't give enough just yet. Congared, that's what you want to see. It's coming in. It's happening. More kills coming their way. Only one more player to find, but it is the Sova with the ult in play. They need to be oh so careful of this.
There you go. Hunter's Fury going to be popped. After this second shot, though, they can just stick it. It might be too late at this point, though. I think it is. Yeah, they've got to just leave. Divine's managed to pull it off just off of time. He even gets Ginny killed to the spike. Great work by Divine.
Great timing there for SMG. They played that so smart. I gotta love it.
I feel like in that situation, like, if you know that he's all the way towards back hookah, which they should have a read on from the ult direction, they should realistically just stick it and sacrifice their lives to it, right? First person should get it halfway, second goes on it then and takes it the full length of it. I think they probably could have won if they did that.
Yeah, might have been a bit of miscommunication, but overall, SMG will take it. They certainly needed him. For me, with SMG, it's keeping this momentum going. It's keeping this confidence high. It's continuing to just play their game, play their style. Don't allow Attack All Around to get comfortable again. Because we didn't see too much of AAA realistically when it comes to playing Bind.
Yeah.
Jump spot taking place here. Got to be careful though. You know what shots can be delivered with that operator, just in case. Oh, baited out A6. The drone played you. Congared's very low as well. The information is going to be revealed, says B. He's not missing any shots right now. Cypher cam is going to be used as well. His ultimate is going to give them the information they want. It's a 5v3. It doesn't matter if Attack All Around have guns. Oh
my god, what?
He doesn't even try and go for the easy shots. He literally jumps in his face and says, peekaboo.
He saw that he was putting down his smoke. He just came in like, hey, where are you going to smoke, bro? What's up? That was gorgeous. The confidence as well. They just drop on the dude. Those teammates are right around the corner.
Zesby, what a man. What a man.
This is upsetting, right? Because we said about the 6-0, but Attack All Round managed to get a buyout in the previous. So now you're in a position where, realistically, 7-0 should be coming through. I think I saw one person with a Vandal and 3 that hadn't bought up, and we're on 1900. What's happening there? Are we really doing that Attack All Round? Like a really mixed buy? They've got ultimates in play, so maybe. That doesn't feel like the right call in this position.
to have to wait and see what Attack All Around can get done with this. It's an interesting one. They've got the Revive in play, the Phoenix ult as well. Maybe if they grab some weapons, there's a chance for them. Smoke's going to make this troublesome for ZB to try and push into. And Sheriff shots being rattled off, but nothing's going to connect.
Satchel out.
Actually, not a bad satchel, just didn't go far enough. Oh, he spots a couple of them though. The boombot's going out towards him. Nade as well. He avoids the damage. The nade's coming back out. This isn't what he wants to see. Oh, off the side. Misses a few shots. Congrad delivers one, but that's not going to be enough. The spike's going to be planted. The revive's coming in. ZB understands that these pistols can put a lot of pressure on him. And with how many kills he's getting, why not just use it? Normally I'd be against it when you're up against this kind of a buy. But it is Attack All Around. Woo, indeed, Lexi.
And now the problem comes, though. You see Wannafly, he grabbed one, but you can't really do much more. Entering with a Bucky, never going to be ideal. Managed to pick up the Vandal, though, and it's a 1v2, 32 health. Molly in play, but no time to heal up and still go for those fights. It's just the save. They needed it considering they bought up one of those.
Yeah.
You want to keep the rifle over into this one. For Attack All Around, they do very good damage, but at 7-0, they need to now win the remaining rounds in this half.
Yeah, this is looking so scary for Attack All Around. They're getting more than a taste of their own medicine in this half. SMG feel at home when it comes to playing Bind.
You know, Banks, for the situation the Attack All Round are in with 4 ults, basically 5 online with 1 kill or ult charge away for Ace. Yeah. I have to say, this round should go their way. It really should. There's be very little standing between them. I'm also surprised that we see the Raze over on Ace. Obviously...
Yeah, the change-up confused me a little bit as well. Wannafly was normally the one to always use it. And no Sova on Bind, where I find like Sova's super useful here. So many nice lineups with it as well.
It's odd. We've had our fair share of odd picks when it came down to agent composition.
It's just very different to the meta in Europe and North America that we're used to, I think, which is the interesting part. They've got their own style they want to try and play like this, but we'll have to wait for that world competition to come in as Wannafly fouled. You lazy peeked it. What do we say, Mitch? Lazy peeking, not checking your corners properly. It's always going to end up with the same problem. You getting slapped in the side of the face.
Yep, you got to be checking your corners. We've seen Brimstone get a good quad workout towards the back of the A site. He's just been... he's still going. Go. He's on this next set.
Jump.
Yep. He's going to have the sickest glutes you've ever seen. Here we go. He's going to have to jump right away from that Raze nade that's coming in right on top of him. Out in the open. Not peeked out, but Lexi manages to take down Conga right now. It's dangerous. Ult online. Lexi's looking for a victim, and one waits towards the back of the site, but Ginny's good for that kill. Shutting down the showstopper before it can come through. Info on 2 players already. Ginny's getting all the info, and the spam comes in off the back of it.
Phoenix ult has been used. You wanted to see some of them come into play, Mitch, but is it going to be enough to take the win here? 3 versus 2. He didn't get to use anything within that ult as well. Wannafly got blocked by the wall, then just goes down to ZB. Not like this. SMG standing strong in the face of adversity. And he finishes it off. ZB, he is the monster. He is the beast right now with that operator in hand. And Attack All Around can't do anything about it. He's not missing shots.
No, he really isn't. We mentioned that he obviously was a very solid player when it came to the Marshall versus the Ecos. Because you can just body shot. And obviously, with a scope, he's dangerous. 13 kills at the moment. Picked up his ult twice so far. Having got the ult charges from the ground as well. And when you look at Attack All Round, they obviously burned up Wannafly's ultimate, but they've still got so much to play with. Surely they get this round on the board. I mean, this team demolished SMG on the previous map, and Bind is not one that you really expect teams to struggle this much on.
Wannafly, though, he's going to have success early on. That's exactly what they needed. I can't remember when we saw Attack All Around get many of these opening duels on this map so far. Is it going to be enough for him? Drone's going to try and get some extra information for him. A6 playing off lamps. He's always playing in very similar position. Oh, she escaped in the worst way. You took the longest distance through the ult as possible. Congrad only with a Spectre trying to spam through. These nades are going to go up. Will it put anyone down? Oh, the Sova loses a hell of a lot of health, but Zesby is there. He's backing him up. He's smacking him down. And AAA struggle once again just to even deal with this kind of a push. They seem to have just no understanding of what they want to do here. The flashes are going to go up. The ult on the floor, but Divine is right on the side of it. He's able to get 2, which should have never been a thing. It's now in the 2v2, but Zesby is still alive. The ult's going to come out, and now we're in a 1v1, but 30 health on A-Sticks. He faked the fuses. He's playing off it. Zesby, he's just going to come around and smack him with it. They just came off. Doesn't even matter. He's not going to miss. 9-0, and Zesby is unstoppable right now.
This is just unbelievable. At this stage for Zesby, I don't even know. He's got, what, 15 kills at this point? Clutching out that round, putting 9-0 on the board for SMG. I don't think anybody expected this coming into this map, that they would be able to deliver this kind of performance. We mentioned the attacking side can be, or 16 even, the attacking side can be a little bit easier at times on bind than what you'll see on the defense, obviously. But for attack all round, it's not this attack sided, not even slightly.
Does B even exist right now, Team SMG? Because I think we should start a petition here, Mitch. Zesby to turn his name to Zesbeast. Because that's what he looks like. He may go down now, finally does miss a shot, but I gotta say, Zesbeast has been absolutely incredible from start to finish in this map. The Sheriffs, the confidence coming out from AAA, I feel like they're sometimes more confident with these weapons than they are with rifles.
Yeah, the confidence from AAA not getting them a whole lot, though. The 1v3 that it's left into, the flank from WannaFly. They know he's there, though, I'm pretty sure, so they shouldn't be too surprised. They're even going in for the... Or they were going in for the toilets control, but instead, look, they're just going to sit together. Now it's time to back out a little bit.
He's using his ult.
In a 1v3.
Like this? Huh?
Yeah. He's got a little bit of information at best, but that's very reckless ultimate running through. I guess in a way it gave them an opportunity to potentially win this round and not go 10-0 down. And if he obviously doesn't find those kills, he just goes and saves. Normally I would completely disagree with that, but I think when you're at 10-0, you can, or 9-0, you can make those kind of Hail Mary plays.
Yeah, I guess you need to, right? You need to just pull anything out the bag. You need to have the confidence you're going to do it. But my, oh my. 10-0 right now, and SMG are smacking attack all around. All over the place. Doesn't matter what happens. They've hit A so many rounds in a row that you may as well just put one player at B. Just stick 4 on A for this. Why not? And now it looks like they might try and change things up. No, they're just playing one player. It's the Sage more over towards the B. Maybe just spots out B long, for instance. Got double operator play coming in for AAA. WannaFly and Ginny. Now we know what WannaFly can do. But can he take down a Zesby who's feeling the game this much? He's like completely dialed in.
The approach from attack all round, they've evidently figured out what you did, Banks. The B site doesn't exist. They're 4-man stacking the A site with a double operator setup. This is desperation play at its finest.
But look what's happening. Okay, the spike is more towards A at the moment, but still there's more players towards B this time. This is so unlucky for attack all around. They can't just guess it right.
It seems like, SMG waited so long. They continuously hit this A site. And it's pretty hilarious at the time that they eventually decide, you know what, let's go to the B site. They make that decision at just the right time. And I don't think it's random. I think they've obviously wanted to do this, right?
Yeah.
To sell those fakes again and again. Camera's heard going in towards Hookah, and that's causing a rotate towards the B site. But it is still only going to be the 2 players as the smokes come down, and we know Brimstone, you can get those fast executes, cover all your angles, and they're already out on the site before shots even being fired.
They've given SMG so much control from the very beginning. Congared delivers a nice heady. Oh, Congared. He's getting so much done now. Is this going to be the one? Is this their time? SMG need to push them back. WannaFly back up again on his old tricks. He's got that operator in hand. The Cypher upload's coming in. Oh, from the side though. Foul. Delivers a couple of headshots. Now he's put it in the 1v2. It's all on the Sova. He's got his ult ready as well. Oh, the recon. Oh. Divine. Now, got to not push into this. He's got to be oh so careful. He's got the information. He's waiting for it. Oh, perfect time of the ult, and here we go. Ginny straight in for it. Doesn't have a phantom, but still gets the kill. Should be able to defuse that nicely.
Ooh, I don't know.
Oh, no!
Yeah, it's a little bit too far gone. Through the TP, not even going to survive that. Ginny's gone. 11-0. This could be a flawless half from Team SMG. That's unbelievable. And the work done by Foul by Divine to delay that. Find the kill after reconning. Spray down the player and then just hide. Use the Hunter's Fury to bait them out. Get them off the spike just for long enough. Everything about that was so well played by SMG. For attack all around, they still had their camera up in the back of the site. So they conceded control, but it didn't make any noise because it was activated the whole time.
Yeah.
So they could just feed the information. There's a player here, there's one there, they're going left side. SMG were completely caught off guard by those first 3 or 4 fights, not knowing exactly how attack all around were so ready to pre-fire those angles, but it was the info being fed by Cypher. And yet still the clutch play works out. It was unbelievable.
Now, the benefit here of attack all round do lose, which is sadly looking very likely if you're an attack all round fan. The thing that they're going to have to deal with is that they'll lose and they'll get their map pick in here. Look at the confidence from Lexi. The grenade goes out. The information is going to be passed on over to him. The spam's coming up. 4v3. We could be looking at a 12-0. This is the first 12-0 we've seen in the playoff stages. Says B. He's just, dominating. Finally goes down. He overextends a little bit there, but I don't think it even matters.
They've still got a retake with a man disadvantage. I agree with you. I don't think it does matter. Gonna have to be huge damage done. Lexi taking a fight, and it's just easily done. Leaving it down to the last player. Kama was ready. Free fires it up. Had a player to trade out with anyways. 12-0. What a phenomenal turnaround from map 1 here. SMG came in to split their map pick, mind you.
Yep.
And didn't do a great deal of damage. And then right here, on Bind, their second, the reserve map. They've caught attack all around completely off guard. I mean, the pistol, it could be a 13-0.
It really could, Mitch, and that would be scary. We need to take a little screenshot of Twitch chat right now. One guy in chat said that if they 13-0, he will sub to SMG streamers for 1 year tier 3. My, oh my. That's a statement and a half. He's hoping and praying that AAA are going to grab that pistol round for sure. Unless he just wants to spend a bunch of cash like that, you know. I'll accept it as well. Why not? You're throwing it out there.
Keep the spam going. Make sure everyone remembers. Here we go. Wannafly, though, trying to save them some money. Opening duel coming through. Attack all round. Now looking to bring them a little bit further. They're grouped up on A. There's a B push on its way. It looks like they'll be getting in there pretty quickly with those smokes down.
SMG need to get that defense on go. Oh, a big swing coming out from Divine, but he pays the price with his life. Kama's doing his best. He'll eventually fall. It's still a 2 versus 3, and Lexi's on the long flank all the way around. Congrad being oh so cautious, looking at every direction now. His teammates are up in lamps. Going to keep it super defensive, while Congrad will just try and spot him out. Very slow play coming in here. Holding the angle. Ace ticks. Oh, he gets double swung on. Now it's a 2v2. He did tag up the side for a little bit. The boombot's going to run on out. Congrad, they've been able to spot him out. The grenades have gone forward. Oh, he gets hit by the grenade a bit as well. Doesn't take too much help from him. But Wannafly, he has to come up huge here. Delivers onto the first. The other guy's not on the defuse. Congrad takes down Foul. And there we go. Attack all around. They survive. They will not have the 13-0. And now attack all around have to either make the most incredible comeback we've ever seen.
I mean, this is top the the C9 clutch where they were 13-2 down and came back into it.
You mean 12-2 down?
No, in CS.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was about to say.
They were 13-2 down. They hacked the game code. They made it first to 14. Yeah, but that was like the best. I can't even remember who they were playing. I'll have to look it up. But that was the best comeback I'd seen at like a top level comp. And if they managed to pull this off and attack all round, 12 straight rounds, OT and win, that'd be a jaw dropper. But somehow I just don't think that's going to happen.
I want to fly found some confidence with that bulldog in hand at least. You can see though, attack all around, not as aggressive, not as confident, even with the better weapons in a round like this. I like the camera position here from Foul. He'll just jump off it as soon as he spots one out. And they'll go on for the... Oh, no, they're double swinging on it. Lexi will be able to get at least one. Nade's going to go out as well. 71 health, has to fall back. Says B's there, though, with a shorty. Doesn't seem to matter which weapon you put in his hand. He's able to do some damage, even getting a second there. Says B's really feeling it right now.
I think that's fair to say, yeah. He's been destroying. I love how that peak down towards long was a right click with the classic all the way down long. Like, well, Lexi, I think you might have overestimated the accuracy of that weapon. But, 12-2. Gonna be a long road, really, to get this comeback on. I'll wait a while before presenting any judgment on it. You know, at least in favor of attack all round, as the first buy comes into fruition. And obviously, it's when we see the operator come out for Team SMG, that's when I do get worried.
Yeah.
Zesby's just been so damn solid so far. I like that they're baiting out that ult orb take every single time. Obviously, they managed to successfully bait it on the pistol round, but this time, nobody's holding that close. Playing right back on the side for SMG. Very reserved play.
Oh, nicely done by Foul. Up high, right in the open. There wasn't even an option for AAA to get the refrag in there. And that's the perfect time when you should swing together. You should be having a teammate to back you up. Instead, you just walk out and go down to your death. One fly has to be careful as well. Having the Vandal rather than the operator. He's going to flash his way out. They just hold back. They don't push up into it. Ult's not going to work out for him. He's got a bit of information at least, but Molly on his feet. Divine slaps him down through the smoke. Ginny needs to be careful not to burn away as well. Oh, they're boosted up high, though. This might give Ginny a chance. Spots the next as well. Headshots are delivered, but it's Divine looking to save the day and make this a 13-2 scoreline. SMG, they could be getting it done. They could be showing them how to get it done. And Divine gets the last kill. He's always the man to come up huge just when they need it on the final round. It was the same on Bind last time, and he's done it once again, Mitch.
He has indeed. Divine coming back to form. We didn't really see that much of the same when it came over to the previous map. I'm happy to see him showing up. But I'm happy to see all of SMG showing up. Zesby, we knew he had potential. We knew he could deliver damage. But my God, that seemed like just an over-exaggeration. You came into this map, Banks, you said they've got to have a better attacking side. I think they did that. They've got to come in with a... they got to look better than they did versus Boom in any of the games. They did that. This is like they just listened. You went, oh, we got to win. Okay, cool. And a whole new team emerged.
Now, the problem here, though, for SMG is because they won this map, it means that it's going to be AAA's pick. And if they pick Ascent, which could be very likely here, I feel like there's going to be a huge problem coming in for SMG because they did not play that well. Now, we can see the scores up on the screen right now. And once again, Zesby, you've got to give him so much credit for this. 21-8. This man was a monster. 354 average combat score. Wannafly was still up there for his team, still up there doing very well. I can give him a lot of credit, but in general, his whole team was just not able to perform well from start to finish.
Yeah, I do wonder now, when we're looking over towards Wannafly and the agent picks, if we're going to see it revert back over. It's quite popular to take a Sova when we come through to Ascent, actually on every map pretty much. So when you're Ace, I wonder if he'll pull that out. I'd like to see that. And then get Wannafly back over towards the Rays. I don't think there's too much else that needs to change for this lineup in terms of composition. And when other than the fact that you'll probably see the Omens return, that's what we've seen for the most part. When they came down to Ascent, teams don't pick Brimstone. And yeah, maybe that'll make a difference. Wannafly did play well, certainly not in the same form as Split, but you cannot put that performance or the performance in the game just down to his. I think overall that was just underwhelming.
Oh, it really was underwhelming, right? This is the problem. We see a bit of a change-up coming in. I'm really not a fan of Wannafly not playing the Rays. If they're going to use a Rays, just let him sit there on his comfort. That's where he played his best. That's where he was really finding a lot of success here. We're talking massively like we know that it's going to be Ascent, but these highlights are rolling, and we'll find out if it is going to be Ascent for the decider. It is going to be AAA's pick. We are going to a third map for our semi-finals game. We'll see you guys after the break. We're going into a third and final map. It was both maps being the map picks of SMG, but they lost the first one in a very convincing fashion. But they came back on Bind and absolutely destroyed AAA. They showed them who's boss when it came to that. And ZezB, or ZezBeast as I'm going to be calling him from now on, showed us how to get it done with that operator. Even WannaFly couldn't match up with him. This is going to be an epic duel on the third and final map. It is the decider of who will go to the grand final here, Mitch. And most importantly for me is this is actually now AAA getting a map pick in there. So SMG have had the two maps they felt most comfortable on. Now they need to be able to do it where AAA are going to feel most comfortable.
Yeah, that's always going to be a little bit of an issue when the comfort pick comes through for AAA and Team SMG. Obviously, they haven't looked too good in Ascent. We've said that's probably the map that's going to come through again. We don't know just yet. We'll find out, I guess, close to when you guys do. But it makes a lot of sense if they pick that. We saw them versus Thailand Attitude. They did really well in that game, 13-9 versus another capable team. And then obviously, it ain't like SMG have had the best history on Ascent when we saw it in this tournament.
No, not quite. And we're seeing Lexi and Astix compared at the moment from that last map. And obviously Lexi on that raise. Lexi has been Mr. Consistent over and over again. Even on the games, right, where he can start off and be down like right at the bottom of the scoreboard. He somehow comes back into it every single time. He'll find his form eventually. It doesn't take him long to get going, which is very impressive. Because quite often we see some star players actually just have totally complete drop-off games and just can't perform in general. Yeah. Oh no, I am as well, right? I want to see that normality come in. I want to see them be just on the agents that they're most comfortable with. And you got to just come back to this, right? I want to see a real duel between ZezBeast and WannaFly. I want to see these two go head to head in a big way. I want to see like a pure operated duel. I want to see them taking fights. I want to know which map it's going to be on so we can see how this is all going to go down because it's going to be oh so interesting.
Oh, it definitely is, Banks. Realistically, this final map presumably is sent again. If it's Haven, I'll be so damn surprised. Like, it just seems like that's a free pick over towards the AAA side, thrown away. Like, you're pretty much guaranteed, well, an advantage at least. Let's not say a win, but you're guaranteed a massive advantage on the Ascent. Now, the bounce back from like a 13-3 scoreline we've seen a couple of times, right? Even in the game versus Boom for SMG, they won the first map 13-11. Got 13-3'd, and then came back 14-12 in the third. It's not like it's impossible in this game. And that's something that, again, I massively respect. The fact that these teams are always able to keep themselves in it mentally and not fall behind in this kind of very negative attitude that you see from a lot of teams within multiple different esports.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It can be one of those ones where it can be an up and down moment for teams. Sometimes winning a game like that can spur you on to give you so much confidence. And if you lose a game like that on AAA side of things, it can turn you into a whole world of hurt. Now we're going to be getting into the game, and Mitch, it is Ascent. My favorite map we get to see go down. The question is, for Team SMG, have they been able to quickly fix the mistakes they made last time around on this map? We see a very normal agent composition here for attack all around. And I'm a big fan of it. No Phoenix in play, but there is going to be a Phoenix in play for the SMG side.
There is. SMG, they've done this before, and they're going to pull it out on Lexi this time, who's always been a solid player when it came down to Raze. Seen him swap over and abandon a Raze play, considering they're on the attacking side. Maybe they value the flashes more. Certainly something they were lacking in the last two maps was the ability to have any flashes pushing on through. So, yeah, okay, I'll accept it. I think they could have went for better agents. I'll always say that. I'd much prefer a Breach in there than a Phoenix, but it's not the end of the world, especially not for such an individually strong player like Lexi.
Both having the Omens in there. We're going to see a Jet on Team SMG, which means they're going for two more of the aggressors on it, and they are starting on their attacking side.
No. Let's
wait and see how they want to try and push into A as well. It's going to be the interesting one.
What's curious is that SMG weren't comfortable on this map last time we saw them. They got smashed by Boom, and they've come in and decided to attack. That's honestly caught me off guard a little bit. I would have expected them to want the defense and try to get off to like a turtling, safer start. But maybe it is the defensive side, like the rotates that they don't really like or have a read on.
Lexi getting ready to pop it. Cypher Cage goes up. Oh, he puts the flash up high. I really like that. A nice way for them to push in, but he's not going to be able to deliver the first kills. Oh my God, Wanna back on his raise. He may die in the end, but it doesn't even matter because those grenades came out in style, and that was a perfect A-hole despite a good flash going in from Team SMG. Attack all around just delivered and said, well, guys, you may have destroyed us on your map pick. We may have been completely obliterated, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
That was really weird, thanks, because that was typed in chat and then you said it.
Really?
Did you read that?
No.
What the hell? So for this stream, that won't be as weird because they will hear it later, so it will seem like. But literally, sure typed in the end. It doesn't even matter in chat, and as I glanced over and saw that you said it, that was the weirdest. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening right now. This has scared me. Are you in collusions?
That was odd. I don't even know him.
It's a second away from each other. It was so weird. I was like, oh, you're reading chat. I see. No. What the hell?
Here.
Oh dear, brilliant. Well, clearly we are just in each other's minds, so I'm in his mind.
Something's going on. That's all I'm saying.
Hey. I'm now going to keep Twitch chat open. Twitch chat, I'm looking at you. I'm not going to steal your words, I promise.
He's only going to say what he says in Twitch chat now. You have to commentate for him.
Do my work, Twitch chat. Do my work for me. Hey, do need to be careful here, though. A lot of pressure being applied. Wanna standing strong, and that's what you can always rely on here. They're getting slapped around. They're getting battered all over the place. It's only the Cypher that remains. It was 2 kills, at least. Val could do some damage with this weapon, but ultimately... Oh, yeah, he's been spotted. Nicely done from Ginny. No problems at all.
You know, well handled. 2-0. I mean, those rounds should always be kind of boring. Still a decent amount of damage done by SMG. But now, for the third round, SMG come in with what seems to be all Phantoms. I don't know whether to believe it or not. There's a UI bug where sometimes it just shows everybody with Phantoms. Someone at Riot loves that weapon. And, well, look, the subliminal messaging must have worked, Banks, because obviously we've seen the meta shift from Vandals to Phantoms, and maybe that's why. Also, big shout out to Attack All Round, picking out 3 Bulldogs in that second round. Big fan of that. You've heard me say it many times. I'd prefer that over a full Spectre buy. It's a little bit more risky because you don't want to lose too many players, but they've got a decent investment coming into this one, even with the 2 players lost.
Now, for me, though, a round like this isn't just all important for Attack All Around to keep themselves in a good position, but it's just the money side of things. It's where they can actually continue to build up their ults, because we don't see ults come online just yet, and if they can't start to really deal some huge damage, but it is going their way. AAA once again, not even letting SMG get close to the site. They can't get through. The setup's just far too strong. And look, straight away, now he's got to kill. The Raze ult's online. This is where you get the difference maker in this. Because people look at the scoreline and go, oh, okay, look, it's 2-0 into a 2-1 potentially if Team SMG board up and get the rounds in there. But it's because you had so much success in the first rounds, and also you did it without taking too many casualties. It's so quickly that you can see 2-3 different players have their ults come online.
Yeah, that can be a big problem, right? If your opponents just start to build up all those ultimates, especially ones like the Showstopper. You just swing through and win rounds almost by themselves. Gamma's not really getting the easiest of times here, is he? At least they don't know he's here. But I think he's sat in this position hoping that over time they would maybe rotate over to B, give him an easier time. That hasn't happened. He's just going to save away in the corner. That they're pushing. The Bulldogs looking for upgrades. There's a Phantom retrieved. Kama heard it. He swings but misses. And now they know where he is. They'll look to hunt him down and take that weapon out of his hands. And that is done successfully.
So 3 players alive in that round for Attack All Around. They will all now upgrade from the Bulldogs to better weapons. We already had Wanna on the Operator. It's 3-0 here very early on. I see that the Operators can get so much mid-control here over and over again. It's a lot harder on the attacking side to do this. And SMG, they try to gain control of mid sometimes, but you've really got to commit a lot of players towards it, which I think is why you're seeing them sit outside more of A, and we saw a couple of times they throw players towards B early on. But at B, it's such a choke point. We have to be careful of the Sova,
Here.
shock darts coming over the top. There's so many choke points on a map like this, and then mid is the opposite. It's completely open.
Yeah, normally it's just going to be left wide open for those attackers to trickle in, take the control. You look to punish them after.
Oh.
Versus the pistols. You ain't too worried though, are you? You're ready to just swing
No.
through and take heads.
Ginny was like, you know, I'll just take a quick poke.
Here.
Ah, there you go. Easy kill. I got all the advantage in this one. Zesb wants to get close on the jet, though, with a shorty. You know, that dash in is always an opportunity to be had. But it doesn't matter because Waterfly's just scouting around at mid either way. Ginny's right on the edge of this. This is going to be problematic. She may duck through. She's just going to back away for now. Headshots landed on the first. Pressure coming out. Oh, nicely done through the wall.
Oh.
And actually, with the tap-up coming in from Camera and Divine, and just getting the ghost kill in, the Raze ult's going to be had. And Waterfly, you may just go out dying. You go out swinging at least with the ultimate. But SMG have done well to bait a lot out of AAA this round.
Oh, look though. That flank up through long. There's no way they expect it. Congared has the angle. And that's it. Execution from behind. Divine gets dropped. 4 now for attack all round. But a really good round for SMG. They baited out the ultimate. They managed to get a plant in. They did damage on 3 kills. It's perfect. And, you know, one thing we didn't bring up, obviously, is SMG's current agent composition is very, very attack-sided heavy. When they swap over to the defensive side, they're not going to have as much to hold down. But typically, you'll see a Sage playing towards the B site and a Cypher on A. That's what we've seen from most high-level teams. Evidently, Attack All Round have been watching because they've got the exact composition that top-level EU runs with. For SMG, though, this is much more comfort pick, much more based around their individual ability. And when it comes to the defending side, it opens up gaps. You can't quite hold them off for as long. Certainly in B, your utility can be baited out very early on, depending on who you've got there. And so you can end up in a position where your B side is being consistently pressured. That is a dangerous peek by Chromex.
That was huge from Foul there because although Wanderfly was in a good position, it was never going to work out because the cage went down. Really smart play there from the Cypher. Although the Jet just tapping away with a pistol only. Never a good sign. Doesn't have her ult up either.
For attack all round, you can see they're even starting to rotate in towards the mid area. A side's completely open. Obviously, they've got that Cypher trip bar down. And that's the whole logic, is that hopefully then they'll be clear to go. This paranoia, if that goes through, that should blind the player in heaven. No, it's gone through a little bit too early, I think. So Wanderfly can still see. Now as he swings on in, he's going to go around the smoke, line them up even, but only 1 kill for his troubles.
Huge work there from Wanderfly, but he's not done yet. The Remand disadvantage. He's going to try and find in. The Satchel goes down. Looking to do as much damage as possible, but can't quite make it connect. Congrad even takes some damage from the flames here, but Wanderfly, he's able to put in work. Camera on the side with that Shadow of... Oh, no, he can't do anything with it. And he backs away. Camera. He just watched his teammate go down and couldn't frag out, but this corner's still not been checked. Wanderfly's in there. He's making it work. He's making it happen. His position is now known, but he still domes Wanderfly. It's a 1v1. And Camera, he can be the difference maker. He can be the savior for SMG to pick up their first round. So we're going to sit on that defuse. He's looking for it. And instantly, Camera puts him down. Huge work in there. An epic clutch. A 1v3. And I was very worried because not only was he sat in a position where he could have got the kill onto the Sage, but he didn't even spot it. Couldn't see. He was forced out from his own spot. I thought that was going to be it. I thought, oh, you've let your teammate die. You've given it up. But no. He clutches in a big way.
Yeah, absolutely huge clutch for Kama. And playing the time in the end, you'll notice that as he went in for that final peak, all the pings started to come down on top of the spike. And that's something that you can do in matchmaking to really help out your teammates or help yourself out. You know, if you want to spam through the smoke onto the spike, just mark it on the map first. Then you literally can see where you want to aim. Just line it up through that smoke. One massive advantage as well. It helps, like, for example, if you want to wall bang, if you're playing Haven on middle, if you're playing B, and you want to spam at the start of the round, the best thing to do is open your map, mark down where they'll be coming through, where that wall is, and then spray through the wall to catch them with it. Especially if you got Noden, then you you can find some 3 or 4Ks with that.
Oh yes, we've seen some wild Odin plays come in, Mitch. Now for SMG, it's all about getting a couple of rounds in a row here, trying to play smart. Wannafly needs to be very careful on this position, and ZSB is able to take him. He was boosted up high, using that jet to his advantage.
You will not kill
But that
my
revive
ally.
is straight back in, so you may have killed him for now. You forced that revive at least. Foul. Trying to check the corner, trying to check up high. Gets spammed down by Chromex. No chance in that one. ZSB decides to pop his ultimate. Operator and ultimate in play. The paranoia goes out. They're going to try and bundle into this A site. Chromex needs to do his best to stand strong. Lexi finishes him. Straight execution on Wannafly. He's looking for an opening. He's looking for a chance. Gets pushed away. Lexi's not finished yet. The jet goes up. The knives are flying out. They're not actually hitting shots just yet. Wannafly can't connect as well. But Ginny's on the hunt. This could be possible. 3 versus 2. The Omen's very low. The ult's been popped by the Phoenix, but they can just wait it out. They don't even have to do anything. Oh, no, Camo. He's back up to it again. But has he seen where this is coming from? Only one player left to find. It is the Phoenix at the back of the site. Oh, and it's so close. 8 health, but A6, he gets it. That is incredibly close from a 3v2, especially considering one of the SMG players was low. The Phoenix ult was committed, but even that wasn't enough. An attack all around. They stay largely in charge with a 5-1 scoreline.
Well, that was a bit of a butt clencher. God damn. Rushing on in to try and get the damage done. They spotted out the Phoenix ult underneath, and that was key information because then immediately they know what they're doing. But the swing on that final play was a little bit late. They ended up in a spot where that spray down was definitely possible for Lexi. He was just 1 bullet away, as you saw, 8 HP remaining. But in the end, attack all around, find it. They go up further on their defensive side, and we mentioned that obviously for the most part, see, this is the thing. Look at SMG's comp. It's attack-sided, but at the same time, they've got the worst flashes in the game. Or, like, well, maybe with the rain, it depends on who you're up against, I suppose.
Yeah.
But if you imagine a breach in there instead, I think they get so much more done. Like, they don't have any supportive characters. Maybe the Sova, I guess, because he's going to be the info player a lot of the time. They don't have enough, that's for sure. And then they're definitely not defensive-sided with only 1 map controlling.
Oh, Wannafly, they're letting it happen so easily for you, my friend. Ginny pokes out again on short and just slaps another one down. Team SMG, they just can't get it going. This is an attempt to turn and take some map control, but they're not even getting close. That's perfect positioning from Chromex. Able to get the refrag. They're playing together. They're playing the smart game. 3 ults now up in play as well. 6-1, and this is where it starts to become scary for SMG.
Your SMG, you're going to start to see flashbacks to the game versus Boom Banks, and that is definitely not what they want.
Oh no, especially after that game they just had as well. Bind was looking so good for them.
Yeah, and we spoke about how a lot of teams are going to end up in this position where they get wrecked on one map but bounce back immediately. And I can't even offer much insight into why that is on in Valorant compared to other games. I mean, it definitely doesn't happen as much in others. But I don't think it's anything really game related. I wonder if it's just because it's so early on in the game. Comfort level on maps might be massively different. I don't know. There's so much team to team that could be affecting it. That's a nice little ult straight through on the 3rd charge, connecting a lot of damage to the Sova. And obviously, as Team SMG didn't play with the Sage, they've got no heals. So any damage done with Hunter's Fury is irreparable.
And that's a huge problem for them to deal with. Oh, they got to be so careful of those shock darts going up. SMG just can't find any information, right? Attack all around, get this early pick. They just stand strong, fall back. They keep themselves in a nice position. You go back out to have a look towards mid. ZSB, he's not being the beast mode player that he was in the previous game. And they really needed him to find them some openings. But on attacking side of Ascent with an operator, it's so difficult.
Mid control is going to be taken. Makes things at least a little bit easier for Team SMG. Top mid smoked off. They're going to look to push on through the market, breaking down the doors. Here's the rotates coming through from the A site with Cypher on his way. And a two-man stack towards the back of the site. This could be dangerous as they run on through. Clearing out Boathouse is always difficult when there's one player. Congared dealt with. Do they know about the second? Now they do, as Ace picks up a double and closes out the round. They left him unchecked, and that was their biggest mistake.
You saw Zesby miss that shot, and that's not one he would normally miss. Pressure's on. He found himself in an awkward position. An attack all around. They deal with that so easily. It was a really long round. SMG dragged out, and even if they'd got themselves in a position where they could have been able to take it, they probably would have run out of time. The pressure was just being applied from AAA back to him.
Look at Wannafly, 14 kills. Ult popped, obviously, so he doesn't have it for this round, but that may be a minor detail. SMG don't have any of their others used. Or to be used, really, when it comes down to the super impactful ones like the Phoenix and the Jet.
Oh.
Maybe you don't need an ult if you're just doming like that with the Sheriff.
You just step right into that. Head gets slapped. Destroyed off, but you heard those shots. Lexi nearly died from that spam. Heals himself up, but really good play coming out there from attack all around to try and even up the numbers a bit. And SMG won't be able to heal off the back of it. Congared in a great spot to do some damage. Straight into 240 health. Can't heal himself just up yet. The push is going to come in. A-Sticks is ready and waiting for him. And they just don't check the corner to start off with. Those shots start firing. And it's now 8-1 attack all around. This has been some of the most one-sided maps we've had throughout the entire competition. And it's just one team dominating.
Yeah, absolutely. It's attack all around, smacking. It's almost one-sided series, but it's been back and forth at the same time. Obviously, SMG on the previous map ruining attack all round on Bind, but we said SMG looked weak as hell on Ascent. Attack all round looked solid, and what we feared really is coming through. We got the third map that we wished for, but now SMG on a map that typically across EU and Asia has proven to be, for the most part, attacking sided with a very attack sided composition, need to win out all of their attack rounds to close this out 8-4, which will still be a bad position to fight from.
So much work to be done here from SMG, and they just can't get it going. Chromex here, he just sit back. He's got Ginny waiting on the side for him. It's no problem at all. Lexi, though, going to sit towards B main, but the wall-off's going to come straight in. Oh, the shock darts. He's got to be careful. It's some of the easiest shock darts there to play towards B, and it just works out so perfectly many times as soon as you get a group from pinned down.
See this little three-man hold on A, Banks. They've been good with the gambles on attack all around.
Oh, here we go. Wanna fly again. Operator in hand. Gets one. Just backs away a little bit. Repositions. Shadow Orb may go out. Ginny pokes up into it. Actually gives him a lifeline with it. The grenade's coming in again for Wanna-Fly, though. How many of them has he got away with? Karma will sideswipe him, but he's all alone. That's not going to work out. Congared finishes him before he can even finish the teleport. 9-1 attack all around. They are on point. Shows a lot of mental fortitude with this as well, mate.
Absolutely. We've seen it from them before where they have a slightly closer game, but they're still able to pull themselves back in. We knew attack all round were obviously the more solid team. And really you're seeing that without Zesby being able to dominate on those opening duels, you don't get a whole lot done, do you? Wannafly's definitely been winning those convincingly since swapping back over to the Rays, but obviously the defensive side is going to give you a lot of opportunities. And remember, SMG chose to start attack, and we questioned that. This is a map where they looked flat as can be. And I thought then we would definitely see attack all round on the attacking side. But SMG wanted to start here. They wanted to push first, and, well, they've yet to really push, have they? A little bit of a nudge at best.
Very lackluster, mate. Very lackluster. The thing is, this is where they should be finding success, Mitch. You got a Jet, you got a Phoenix.
Yep. The thing, You play for the attacking side, and if it doesn't work out, well, you've just made it so much harder for the second half.
Get out of my
If they can
way.
find 3, at least the pistol round wouldn't be a death sentence if they lose it. The ultimate popped out by Jet. Wanting to come into this and bridge the gap of the disadvantage in weapons they have with those pistols in play. Divine is going to try to bait this out, and he has dragged a rotate to the B site. There's now 4 players here with 32 seconds left. When you hear this utility being used, you think for sure it's going to be a play there. Arrows coming through. And actually even a further rotate on its way. Ace now outside of the site, and they find B for free.
Yeah, the Sova moved in time. It's going to be a 5-man retake. I want to see him wait back, though. Wait for his teammates to come in. I don't want to see him challenge too early on. Oh, he's been on the hunt. He's able to take down Lexi. But ZB, he needs to act soon. He's got the knives in his hand. Oh, Congaret shuts him down just as he starts to throw him. This is huge. It's a 5v3 retake. There may be an Odin on foul, but he has to land all the shots. He cannot miss any. This is problematic for Team SMG. They got into the site. It was looking so good for them. Foul, foul, foul. He's spraying them down with the Odin. How many more can he get? Wanderfly's able to shut him out. And now it is all on the Sova. The ult's in play, but they can play this so well. Tags up 1. Just go sit on it, boys. But you get slapped by Congared anyway. The reviews will come in. We're looking at a 10-1. And it does work out for attack all around.
It does indeed. Ever so sadly, really, for SMG. The fact that they're on 10-1 means that this next half, if they lose the pistol, the game's pretty much over. And it gets even worse if they lose this one. The game should be over if they lose the pistol. And if they're 11-1 down and they lose the pistol. It's got to be demotivating, Banks. So close to making the finals. And yeah, obviously you do okay in the first map. You smash them on the second. And then, I mean, they've not even got it. They've not even shifted gear into drive yet.
It becomes oh so difficult now. The Odin spam. You can just hear those shots.
The rumble of the beast.
I love it. It's just rattling away. It's like super drums. He's like, I got all these bullets to play with. No one may be here, but you know what? I'm just going to scare them away with all this noise.
Look at the ults as well for attack all round. Literally all 5 online for this final one. SMG are in a very dire spot. They're looking for picks towards top mid. But it looks like rotates to A is the most likely play. They've also lost control of B completely. That main push through alongside the drone that spotted nobody outside. They've walled it off as well, and I thought then they would go for a rotate, but they're still sticking fairly nicely on the spot. Nice 1-for-1 trade. This could be SMG with an opening. Ginny's caught them out in short.
Yeah, they didn't expect that. Huge advantage still for AAA, but SMG, oh, he gets hit. Kama, he can't stand strong. A6 finds himself a second as well. Huge work with the Hunter's Fury. It's all on ZB. The Raze ult's in play, and he's on the hunt. He just fires it off because he knows he needs to pop it. He can sit the defuse. There's no hope here for ZB.
Oh,
Gets himself 1, but he's then slapped down by Ginny. Over and over again, we've seen the same style of play, and SMG have found 0 success here when it comes to Ascent. They managed to get 1 round in total, and even that wasn't the convincing one. I'm so scared for SMG. AAA have just come back in style after the manhandling they had thrown towards them on Bind.
thanks. This is demotivating for SMG for sure. And for a final map as well in the best of 3, you don't want it to be this one-sided. That was beautiful by Ace as well. The ultimate catching the second player on the second shot so he could just transfer over afterwards after spotting him. Heartbreaking. And now we come on into what could be that's the beginning of the end. Safe to say, if Attack All Round win this, it's over. And SMG would be on an eco, and they'd have to go. It's so many rounds in a row on the defensive side, where which their composition just isn't set up for.
Oh, that didn't work out for them. less than ideal. They're still managing to get a couple of picks in here. They start doming heads. Divine just walks straight into it. Foul in the back of the site. It's not going to work out for him still. 3 versus 2. Ace Tick's in a nice position, but he doesn't expect both players to come from the same direction. He can pass that information over, though, and the wall goes up just in the nick of time. It's going to force him to fight from the other side. Lexi wants to try and tap it down, but realistically, how many bullets do you want to commit to that? They're trying to spam up a player. Congared swings, and actually, he's so confident he's just going to go in for it. He doesn't care that it was a 2v2. He's out there. They're both tapping away at him. Kama doesn't have the health. He doesn't have the chance. 12-1. An attack all around are trying to make this happen. 13-1 in style and march their way to the grand finals.
They've just made this look easy. That's the surprising thing. Like the 12-1. I know I said the whole way since the start of this series, oh, well, attack all around. Once they get their map pick out, once they pick Ascent, that's where SMG fall apart. This is far more exaggerated than I thought.
Yeah.
Like, we have seen one buy round go their way. And since then, it has just been dominant rounds for the most part for AAA. It's forced buy up, understandably, because it's going to be the last round if they lose. But SMG still come in with a massive disadvantage. We're not at the stage of the game where ultimates can even be in play to cause any sort of a bridged gap. And so it's Bulldogs versus Pistols, essentially.
SMG got to do their best here. Maybe they throw out some aggression, but attack all around so far, keeping it very defensive. Look how far back they're playing at the beginning of a round, just in case. Chromex is the furthest forward with the Rays close by. Cover going out. Shadow Orb's thrown forward.
So
they're going to give up for this A push in.
At this point, they have given up all control after that Shadow Orb. The drone's coming down mid as well. So they know now that they have no control. They have to push in. There's no choice to go back. They have to commit to the A site. But luckily, everyone from SMG has backed out of the site. They're playing in Garden. They were playing from mid and spawn. And so attack all around, close the door, and they get it for free on the plant.
Door goes down, but it doesn't matter as the Shadow Orb puts down instead another blockade in the way of SMG. Spike going to be planted, and there's been no pressure shown towards AAA just yet. This is the final chance for SMG. Maybe a flash can go out from the Phoenix, but Lexi, he actually does it with the Spectre in hand. Starts off with the opening pick. The Boombot's going to go out. They start to push all together, and this is the timing they need to hit. Is it going to work out? Chromex on the side of the smoke. Oh, it's not going to work out for him, despite him being in a nice position. It's coming down to the 1v1. He's going up against the Jet, and Ace Tix hits it. He clutches it out, 13-1. And what a play to end it all. Attack all around, go to the grand finals. Our first team through as they show up against SMG and prove again SMG just cannot play Ascent.
Well, we knew that from the start, right? This was always going to be a map that they were challenged on, that they would struggle on. But this was just to a completely different degree than what we thought. I'm thinking, yeah, okay, a 13-6, 13-5, that's reasonable, but one solitary round, and really only a handful that they participated in where it looked like they had a chance. This was attack all round on form. And another thing we pointed out, the fact that so far we saw mistakes, certainly on that first map of Split, coming through from attack all round. They definitely made some errors. And we said as soon as they lose a map, that's where they come in, dialed in and looking to take you out. That's exactly what we got.
Well, we can see the scoreline here up at the moment, right? WannaFly topping it again. WannaFly must be the guy for MVP when it comes to this 100%. 388 average combat score for this game. A6 followed behind him. Chromex and Conga Red there as well. On the SMG side of things, it just doesn't look too pretty. Only 2 players getting towards 10 kills.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, this is a map that they're massively uncomfortable on. We said it in the previous series versus Boom. They came out of that winning the series, but getting destroyed on Ascent.
Yeah.
I was just hoping that because of the bind victory, the 13-3 there, they would have smiles on their faces. They'd be looking good, feeling good, and be able to deliver a better performance on Ascent. They chose the attacking side. They chose an agent composition that's very aggressive, very attack-sided, and they just couldn't get anything done.
Oh, they really couldn't, Mitch. It was scary when you're looking at what they had to show in this. We're looking at the bracket right now to see where it's gone down. Seeing our first team making their way to the grand finals here. Attack All Around do it in a 2-1. It was very convincing scorelines, and we have one more game left for today. We get to see who's going to join Attack All Around in the grand finals very shortly. Is it going to be only one word, or is it going to be AHQ Esports Club? And then the last team who loses will go up against SMG for the third place decider and that final bit of prize money. It's all about respect. It's all about what you can get done. And even a top 3 position this early on in Valorant is very important for the region.
Definitely. We said when it comes to international tournaments, the likelihood is teams that show up in a tournament like this are going to be the ones that get invites to these international events when they start. If you can make a name for yourself within the region, that's going to help you hit the international level, which obviously means the big bucks, the sponsorships, the money. That's what they're looking for. Now, if you get top 3, sure, that's not going to get you a direct invite a lot of the time. We see typically in tournaments, like 2 spots for a region like this, maybe even 1. But if you manage to get 3 here, first next time, second time after, you're a name that's circulating within that top 3 podium spot, it can do a lot for you.
Oh, it really can, Mitch. Those highlights are rolling. We'll be going to a break, and when we come back, it'll be time for our second semi-final of the day. You guys won't want to miss it. It's going to be action-packed. You've got me and Mitch, man, across the whole way. We'll see you guys in just a little bit.
Today's a lucky day. Only made it to the R's. Next time, there'll be no next time. Come on. Adios, you fucking skank. Hey. Look at this, Joey. Today's a lucky day. Only made it to the R's. Next.
We're back, guys, and thank you very much for waiting for us. We got one semi-finals game to come your way, and it's only one word, taking on AHQ Esports Club. You got myself, James Banks, alongside Mitch Man to bring you all the action from start to finish once again. And Mitch, we didn't actually get to commentate any of AHQ throughout the group stage, nor did we commentate their opening playoff stage. This is the first time we'll be able to cover them, but we did see only one word, and some of their plays were maybe not as convincing as some of these other teams we've seen.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Only One Word had a lot of cracks. We were a little bit worried about them coming into the playoff stage, but who knows what awaits them over on AHQ. From what I see, there's certainly a lot of individuals on Only One Word that were able to show up coming into those top 16 players we were taking a look at earlier on. A lot of those guys were from that lineup, especially you, and he's done a lot of damage in the game that we saw. Hybe as well, but it was like decision making, when to pop ultimates, when to go for reses. A lot of things seem to be out of order for Only One Word.
And we're seeing the tournament format over here now. And one thing I've got to say when it comes to these two teams, AHQ was an invited team coming out of Taiwan. Only one word came through the Hong Kong qualifier. You saw the regional opens, how it all went down, and look at how we've got the distribution with the 6 invited teams. But I love it. The rest had to qualify. I'm all down for seeing more teams come through qualifiers when it comes to Valorant from start to finish, because we don't see enough of that, if I'm honest. Then the group stage, it was 4 groups of 4 teams, and now we're at the playoff stages, and this is the money that they can win. $13,000 for first place, $5,000 for second, and $2,000 for third. We're going to have the third place decided tomorrow, and we've got SMG already sat there waiting to see who their opponent might be.
Yeah, SMG are going to be certainly the easier opponent if you do make it to the third, fourth, but obviously you're not getting the bigger prize. $2,000, that's what everyone's looking for. Now, or the 5,000, excuse me, for the first runner-up, which is second place, of course, then 2,000 for third. So basically, winning this game guarantees you a lot of money, and losing, you still have to fight to get a lot less. So this is a really important game for both of these teams.
And for Attack All Around, who are sat there, they now get to sit back after playing that game. It was a very interesting game with very one-sided rounds from start to finish, no matter whose map pick it ended up being. But now they get to sit back and watch who they might potentially be fighting up against and see if they can get some information to go into that final with, right? I think that's the smart play. If you're the team that just played, go and have a look at what these guys are doing. See where their strengths are. See where their map picks go. And maybe that's give you a chance to work on something before you go into the games tomorrow.
Yeah, even if they are currently looking back at their game and wondering what happened there, watching it back afterwards is always going to be a great option as well. I think a lot of teams are going to want to do that, right? You'll hit it on the 2x speed and just fly through the boring rounds, the ecos and whatever, try to figure out exactly what they like to do. But this is definitely something that's important. When you come down to these games, you've got to be doing your research on your opponents, and each of these teams will have had a chance to look back at their opponents yesterday.
Oh, yes, they would have. And when it comes to only one word, we spoke about you already, but Hybe and Jeff were looking so good and so strong. Darkest was having huge clutch moments in there as well. There's a lot of potential for this team of what they can deliver. But again, it comes down to some of these smaller details. But I think more comes down to the team synergy and the communication at times, which was where I started to see it go wrong for them on some of the games we covered from the group stage.
Yeah, definitely. The synergy was off a little bit. I think just in general, when it comes down to the approach in the game in general, like in terms of deciding on when it's worthwhile to take a gamble, when it's worthwhile to invest ultimates into it, they were a little bit off on that as well. So I wonder if that'll change today now that they'll be a little bit more focused.
Now we've got the Taiwanese side in AHQ up and ready to fight it out. Now, yesterday, right, was an interesting one for these guys because they actually took a 2-0 against Fives. Fives out there being one of the teams that were invited as well, coming out from the Philippines, and yet they were able to deal with them quite convincingly.
Yeah, when you look back over towards the game versus 5, a 2-0 on the board was quite a surprise because 5 had done some decent damage, and I thought they were a team that would be able to at least make it over into semis. But AHQ, they demolished them when it came down to Ascent, 13-8, and then when it went to Bind, it got even worse, 13-4.
Well, it looks like we're getting Bind as our first map here, Mitch. And am I believing my eyes? 100% pistol win ratio? I'm presuming that's just from the playoffs. They did win 13-8 and 13-4. It was 13-8 on Ascent for AHQ against Fives yesterday and 13-4 on Haven. So they didn't play Bind when it came to it. But Bind and Haven are the two maps where I think most teams can just play relatively well at.
Yeah, when you look at AHQ, their Bind, they've only played it 3 times. That is the most they've played any map, but it's tied with Split and Ascent. So Haven is probably their one little weakness, although even then, the one time they played it, they won versus Legends relatively convincingly, 13-7. So they've got a really well-rounded map pool. It's hard to really knock them on it. They've won the majority of their games on each map that they've played. Bind, Split and Ascent, 67% each win rates. Now, their lineup tends to be pretty consistent as well, and they're another team that likes to rock the Brimstone. I'm a big fan of this when it comes to Bind. I always have been. I was kind of sad to see teams stray away from him and go to Omen on Bind in particular, just because of the damage the ultimate can do when it comes down to taking lamp control. Feels like pretty much every 4 or 5 rounds, you should be able to completely clear lamp and probably get a kill in the process.
And Mitch, Bind is actually AHQ's pick. So they've gone into this as their choice. This is what they wanted to play up with. And that means that only one word they're going to have to bring in their A game, but also if they do lose, they do get their map pick choice. That's how it's working here throughout this event. Now, Kilo, the man being shown on your screen on the Omen, being put on a head-to-head against the Sage and Darkest. I said about Darkest, right? He can be a really good player. He's the one I saw picking up the clutches when it came to this.
Yeah, that's fair. I think definitely when you saw Darkus over in the previous game, he was able to do a lot of damage. He was one of the players that stood out to us alongside you as ones that can deal a lot. Hybe, I think, typically plays over on Jet, if I'm recalling correctly.
Yep.
And that was a position where I remember the thing that really confused me was they were on an eco. His teammates had Spectres and pistols. He bought a Phantom while he had his ultimate online. And that just made no sense to me, because the whole point of that ultimate is that it's a free weapon, right? You've got a one-shot headshot on range. You've got a close range, basically insta-kill unless you're Looker. And so essentially you're going to be able to consistently give a weapon over to your teammate if you're on an eco and buy that up yourself and you use it up. But the decision-making from Hybe was really weird in that regard.
We got IO here on the Cypher going up against Jeff on the Cypher. I was really impressed with what we did see from Jeff. He was Mr. Consistent coming out for only one word. But when you compare them on this average combat score, it's massively in favor of IO. Obviously, they get a bit of a stat boost coming away with 2-0 and a convincing 2-0 in that in their playoff game, I'm sure. But I like these stats to a degree. It like shows you the form they're in, right? But you know form can change from day to day.
It definitely can. When you look back at the game that they had over versus 5, though, Io was on fire. He got 23 kills on the first map, top fragging on Ascent. And in the game where they won 13-4, starting on the defensive side, he was still in there with 16 for 11, close to top fragging, which on the defense can obviously be hard to do when you don't get your chances to go out and take battles on your own ground.
And then Rainy here, right? We are interested to see what he can do. We've heard some hype around him from other people. When we saw TKCC, he was the man who was the turret guy. I always find the turret player on most teams where, you know, no matter what happens, right, he ain't letting you get past. He's in the lockdown component when it comes to this. And he's certainly going to need to deliver that on the defensive side today, especially on a map like Bind, where, well, look what we saw happen on the previous game.
So Rainy's also one of the few players in this tournament that seconds. I'm probably one of the only players I've ever seen that's a Sage, but seconds as a Breach. We basically never see that. But yeah, Rainy's got that little bit of versatility. One of the only Breach players in the tournament, and I've been wanting to see Breach a lot more because having a Phoenix in play is okay. It can work out for you at times, but Breach, I feel like, brings a lot more value to you. Yes, the ultimate on Phoenix is obviously great to be able to go through and take duels, but Breach, as a supportive element, I think brings far more to a lineup.
Oh, yeah, and that's the thing, right? We're seeing different metas within regions. We look at, like, EU and NA at the moment. They've been sat in a position where it's a bit more, okay, different in styles on how they play in terms of strategy-wise, but in Agents, kind of similar, other than the Phoenix that we talk about often. When it comes to what we've seen here within this region, it's been wild. It's been absolutely wild. We've seen, like, Reyna, Jet, and Phoenix on one team before, and we were like, what?
Yeah, that was a real head scratcher, right? When we saw all three come out, I was rubbing my eyes thinking, oh no, I think I might be hallucinating here. I've fallen asleep in the middle of the game because I thought I was dreaming. But no, we got to see triple duelists here in Asia, and well, it didn't give a win, but we definitely saw some potential from it. The reality is, within Valorant, when you pick 5 agents, it doesn't matter who you pick. There's going to be upsides. There's going to be things that can work.
I'm doing my best Kant impression. You can't see him on the screens right now, but he's got the gun fingers out, you know, as it's over. I like it. I like the profile pictures we're getting out here. It's a bit of this. It's like, yeah, mini James Bond within the Valorant world. I don't know where he's going with it, but I'm all down to see the fun, the madness, the magic happen with these guys. One thing, right, I love about profile pictures when it comes to esports is I'm bored of seeing the whole just like, oh, we got like this, you know. Everyone just does this and the mean mugging look. Yeah, throw out some different hand signals. Why not? I'm down for it. I'm not going to complain about it. But we are going to get into the game. It is time to see how this is all going to be going down. And it's AHQ Esports Club starting on the defense. Only one word on the attack. It's time to shine, guys. And if you're enjoying our lovely commentary already, if you enjoyed the first game as well, I see that guy typing exclamation mark casters in chat. It doesn't work, but it's at Banks Esports on Twitter. It's at Mitchman on Twitter. And we're ready to rock and roll and take you through this game. One team today is going to be meeting up with Attack All Around in the finals, and this is the game that decides it.
It's going to be one hell of a series, Banks. I can feel this one being close. I'll favor AHQ coming through just because of the mistakes we saw from Only One Word previously. They didn't inspire me in what they brought to the table in terms of clean Valorant, but they do have the individual ability, so I wouldn't count them out. And if they're focused up and realizing the mistakes they made the other day, well, then maybe we're going to see a whole new team coming through.
How much can Only One Word get done on their attacking side here? Kant scouting out, looking for some information. Nothing to play off just yet. TKCC just making sure no one's trying to flank. They're keeping it very defensive for now. AHQ have been given a lot of room to work with, though. The players starting to move around bathrooms, but those steps would have been heard for sure.
Oh, yeah, they know there's someone coming up close. Look at the rotates. AHQ gone all the way around to the B site. 3 players stacked up. Commitment from Only One Word is going to come in on A. You can see that in the long rotate that they're taking with the spike. And this is a shame for AHQ. They're going to find out the hard way that their gamble wasn't the right one.
Well, this could be problematic for sure. Timing might work out from though. Kilo Smoke's going to keep him away. His position is going to be revealed. They start to tap out towards him. He's trying to fire back at him as much as possible. Hybe dashes away. Back on the jet that we see him shine with oh so many times. The spike will be planted in a very different place to normal here, but a good one for the pistol round. With those smokes going down, the Cypher cages up. There's a lot to be hidden, but AHQ, they start off with the kills. Hybe tries to fire back, but is it going to be enough? Kant coming round. He's pushing up into bathrooms. It's still a 2v2. He can actually try and sit on this if he wants to. They manage to try and hold on, but it's Jeff and the Cypher battle back and forth. AHQ get the pistol round, but that was so close. What a good execute from Only One Word.
Yeah, solid stuff. Pushing in, managing to overwhelm the defenders. The problem was they weren't able to force those fights quick enough. Obviously, they had their smokes down to try and get in position and plant the spike, but they had an advantage, and they didn't know that, but there were only 2 players defending. Had they have pushed forward and taken those fights, they would have ended up in a much better position for the post plant. Obviously, as I said, there's no way for them to get that intel. It's a big shame for them, but it looked like it was going to be much better. The first round goes to AHQ. They've won the pistol, and now they come through with a lot of weaker weapons, and you'll see 2 pistols still in play. And the logic there, if you're new to the economy-based FPS games, is that they want to have a pistol for this round so that in the next one, they can get themselves a better rifle, as some of their teammates will still be keeping the SMGs.
Well, the big push coming in. They're looking to try and get the plant down. IO's trap has given the information that they've gone into lamps. This is a full commitment to lamps. Puts the cage down to ensure he's got something to play off of here. IO, though, easily finds himself the first kill. You heard the teleporter get used as well, and it's not going to work out because Kant is there with a bucket in hand. AHQ locking it down for now, and they're not really being pressured, but TKCC looking to do some damage. I like it. He's coming from the sides, but you also sideswipes him with it. This is their chance, but they need to get that spike down fast.
Cover going out.
They do indeed. It's time to move on forward. The problem for them is they don't have the spike.
Here.
Yep.
Oh,
It's up on top as well. What?
Yeah, I saw because it's right on the def. Oh.
How is it landed inside the roof? That's mental. You're going to have to jump up and grab it. Kant's managed to trade back and take TKCC out. Nade there to just push them back. And this is a really rough one. Look at that. It's just floating up above perfectly. It's obviously achievable. You can just jump to pick it up, I would imagine.
You with a frenzy, though. How much can he get done? He picks it up. They start to spam through. That Bucky's done so much damage, but Milk will end it with the packs thrown out towards him. A lot of kills that did go Only One Word's way. You've got to give them credit for that. But overall, AHQ, they stand strong. They grab the normal 2-0. And this is where they will truly be tested. But with 3 players having to buy up, they will have some good weapons. Only 2 Spectres in there.
Doing that much damage on round 2 is obviously going to put a smile on your face. But it means nothing, Banks, if you can't convert a round like this. All the Phantoms coming out. 2 Spectres, as we said. The ultimate almost there for Kant. But in the same boat, you look over towards Only One Word, and the player we're looking at right now, Hybe, has just about got his knives ready to go out and find some victims. 1 ult charge away, and there's a lovely little orb sitting right in front of him that he can go and take once this smoke dissipates, because they're not even holding bath control. Or maybe they are. They might think about it as the smoke dissipates. This round being so I wonder if you're playing this round right now and you're on the defensive side, is it where you want to try and get a little bit aggressive? Because they're giving up so much control, and I feel like with these SMGs, maybe you want to try to catch them off guard instead of letting them come to you with the fight.
Yeah, especially close range with the Spectre, right? It makes sense. I can completely agree with you there, but also if you do go down early, you feel like you could be the one that kind of causes the potential loss because you don't have the numbers advantage. It all depends on the information you can grab of it, right? And how you're feeling. I'm one of those dudes that just rush on forward with the Spectre every single time. I'll just hold on to it and wait it out. Hybe looks to try and push through. Oh, nicely done from Hybe. Great timing on how that worked out. Only one word starting to find their way back into A. It's been their focus site so far, and it's certainly working out. AHQ, Milk, oh, spots it out. Easy first kill, gets it done with a Spectre. Can hear the plant coming in as well. Puts the satchel out and gets done with Jeff as well. He's continuing to move on forward. He's spraying long range. The nades are going to go up, but he can't make them connect. TKCC is able to hold on to this, but can't. He can, oh, he's going to try and sneakily try and get the defuse on. Shock dart's going out, but he's backed away. He can just sit on it. His teammate will cover. It's not going to be any problem at all. There's no Sova ult for him to be scared of. And Rainy picks it up. 3-0. And only one word. They looked so good once they got into that site. But it was the sneakiness of Milk pushing forward with that Spectre that makes it oh so difficult for only one word.
Yeah, he really got way too much access pushing down towards that left side. Like, there's no way Milk should have been able to get there completely unchecked. The spray down after to connect another. The nade also did damage to Sova, making it a little bit easier in a massive round by the Rays. In one where you only have, what, 3 rifles to play with for AHQ alongside SMGs, that was only one word's opportunity to get the round on the board. But being shut out of that, even though it was close, is definitely demotivating. Is this another... Did I see a pistol in play? Oh my god, that's nasty.
Come on, you saw the shots going through. Why are you just standing there? You both get destroyed early on, and this is where only one word have a great chance in a round that was... Okay, it's not impossible for them to win anyway, but like, so early on to do this kind of damage? That's impressive. Mitch, I was going to touch on one thing quickly while we've got this like slower round going down now as they've taken down these opening kills. And especially as not all of them have weapons. You saw Milk, right, use those packs really effectively. With the grenade, though, he went out to the open and threw it. Like, he could have just thrown it over the box. I'm just thinking about that now. Like, you probably would have just pushed him away anyway. So they could have kept more guns into this one. Little details like that is how these players need to be careful and not get too aggressive and too confident. Because that's when you pay the price. And, well, in this round, they really are.
Talking about having more guns, why did 2 players have pistols while Hybe has an ultimate and a phantom? Like, again, it's the same thing we saw previously. It just doesn't make any sense.
Oh, I like, a nice bit of damage, but yeah, I agree with you on that, right? You look at the ult that could be used and throw the weapon over to someone who would use it more effectively in that sense, right? If you can just focus on the knives. And
we did see previously Hybe go through, I think, 2 eco rounds or 2 pistol buy rounds without using his ultimate. We've seen him force buy up without using it. I think we saw him go like 9 or 10 rounds having it and not using it. It's just like, there, you know, what's happening? Now, obviously, Hybe's a great player. And you see him with the Phantom there, finding the spam kills. In the last 2 rounds, he spammed 1 player through smoke and 1 player through a Cypher cage and a wall. It was the same guy, actually. The Brimstone's really not having a good time over in AHQ. But the thing is, anybody can spam smokes, realistically. Like, if you're going to leave your teammate with a Sheriff when you've got a Phantom and your ultimate... I cannot get behind that decision. You'll never win me over.
Yeah, it's slightly questionable to say the least. And now we're going to find AHQ on pistols already. Because they have had to keep rebuying. That's the problem here. Now you may be spotted out. But he'll remove his track and dart and just back away for now. All those nades doing a lot of damage. He just escapes in the nick of time.
Running over to his Sage now. Heals, please.
Yeah.
They've been served up for him. Luckily, he'll be getting his health back. Obviously, losing out on the armor, so a good nade connected early on. Ripping away some advantage. And just look at all the yellow up the top. And if you guys don't know, the yellow behind the player icons means they've got their ultimate online. It took us a few weeks to figure that out in beta. It was embarrassing. But when we figured it out, we were so happy.
Waiting patiently here. Oh, can again? How's he getting away with this with a shotgun, man? Sovrolt's coming in as well. They've got to be so careful. The nades, the ult. This is looking good, but Darkest, he wants to fight this, and he wants to push them back. He wants to give his team a chance. It's now a 3 versus 3, but the Jet is low, so is the Omen. This Sage needs to be putting in further work here as Io comes out of hookah. We've got a long-range Bucky coming into play. The shock darts straight on top of the Sage, forced out of position. An easy kill for Io to grab. Now it's in the 1v1, though. And he's been incredible over and over again for only one word. The Cypher trying to play off this smart. I love what Yu's doing here. This is great. He's not going to have the information on this Cypher at all. Comes round and oh no, he misses the first few shots. A whiff comes in, but Yu stands strong. He clutches it out, but that was far too close.
Well, that's absolutely mental. Like, what the hell just happened? So many ults used for AHQ. They get the opening. They maintain control in towards hookah, and yet things did not work out when they go over towards the site. Jeez, the exit by Io as well to use his cages out, I love. He gets himself on an even footing, spots the player with the cam, dodges the first few shots, but can't follow up on that. I feel bad for Kilo. He's got 1 kill on the board at the moment, and I've seen him 2 rounds, minimum, get shot when he can't see anybody. Through a smoke, through a wall, he's just getting wrecked.
Now for only one word, they want to keep this going. They got very close in that previous round. They need to be seriously careful of that hooker position from Kant.
I love you saying his name in your accent. Sounds like you're insulting him the whole time.
Kant.
This Kant over here is doing really well.
He's a lovely Kant. And he has a great name. And we're not going to be mean.
We're not.
Leave me alone, Rich. My accent cannot help with this.
A Reddit thread. Caster insults player. Live on stream. I'm writing it right now.
Every now and again it happens, mate. Every now and again it happens.
I know, but it is. Well, look, it's the name he went with. He knows what he's getting into. That's what he's doing.
But it can't be can't. That's not going to work.
Smoke's down.
Very slow play from only one word. This round seems to be taken for... Oh, that's so unlucky. Even with Kilo missing those first shots, like that should just have been a straight heady. But instead the B push comes in. Are they going to be ready for it? Timing is not on their side. If this gets stopped in any way, it's a big problem. Io and Kant come up huge and they don't even get in. 4-2, and what a play from AHQ. They deal with it well to start that off as the push comes in. And they stand there strong throughout a rush that only one word wanted to surprise them with.
Yeah, 5 ultimates, Spanx. 5 ultimates online for only one word. Surely they come into play. It's a weak buy over on the ooh side, or only one word. I think it's technically supposed to be ooh because it is only supposed to be one word, and that's 3 up the top. So
there we go. There
we figured it out. Ooh. Well, there we go. Okay, we're gonna see the ultimate coming through, and that's what I was hoping for when you got the pistols all around. And a Phantom. Hopefully Hive will be coming through with the knives. Now they'll look to really come in and deal some serious damage with it. The advantage of having it. Oh no, that spray has ruined the day. 15 HP as Rainy makes it out, but he goes back in before he was even fully healed back up. Little bit of overconfidence. Hive grabs a kill. Rez comes through. Weapons now in play. Man advantage. What the hell has just happened?
That is insane. Hive finally pops the ult, and just at the right moment, this could be the one that seals the deal. 3 versus 2, and it's looking incredibly difficult now for them. Look at the great positions. Jet needs to be careful. Oh, gets tagged up. Throws the smoke down. Will just back away, and that's a smart thing to do. You want to be able to stand in this with those knives as much as possible. Oh no! There's so many missed. The ult coming down as well. Oh, it's dealing so much damage, but it's not good enough.
What?
Hive sits there and sprays through it. That was right to the wire. Only one word got the round, but my God, that was close.
Hive just tanked an orbital strike to take the final 2 kills. That was insane. What a clutch by him. And only one word, walk away with that round. That is the luckiest thing. And look at the overconfidence. Look at his health, right? What is he? 40 HP as he repeaks. Why? You're versus pistols. Give them the kill. Fight afterwards. Hive on that spray, though. That is nuts. Wow, I don't even know what to say anymore. He's just He sacrificed himself for the team. What a team player.
Right here.
I'm just shocked, Mitch. I'm just completely shocked. There was so much committed to that round. I actually never thought the only one word would be in a situation where it would go down like that. Had that ult been done just a little earlier, that could have been AHQ's round, but... Oh, IO tries to make it work, but he's not having the same success as Kant when it comes in with those shotguns. Only one word, find themselves successfully in the site, and despite the mixed buy coming out here from AHQ, they're still on the back foot once again. It's now a 4v2, and without big ults in play, only the revive, I'm not really sure you're going to have much success here.
Silence.
Well, they at least get the opening duel. There's a res in play. Maybe if they can get out there and pick up a player, it could swing back over into their favor. No one's in a safe position to res. Maybe they get this player on the left if it's covered by Kant. He's already found the first, but they're shut down. I don't think Rainy should go for it at this point. It seems very late. The res is going to come through, going to cover as they go forward, but they've got to find these fights almost immediately, trying to bait them out. There's the wall on the left, but he peeks before his gun is fully out. Kilo good for a kill. Molly's in play, going to stick it, but he hasn't even got time at this point. Time to run.
Hide might die. Oh, just about gets away. Teleport came through as well, but only one word. They're bouncing back into this on their attack inside. They're really not letting off of AHQ. AHQ are trying all they can, but the A site at the moment definitely seems the weaker place. The focus point is working out here for only one word.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, Bankston. At the moment, I'll tell you what needs to be fixed is the economy of AHQ, because it is suffering. Kilo's managed to get himself out of Phantom. The rest of the team, though, going to be on pistols and a good old Bucky for holding down in towards Hookah. Definitely not the kind of buy that you want to have, but I'll see what they manage with it.
Take flight.
Really, in this round, you're not expecting to win. It should be a round win for only one word. The question is, how much damage can they do? How costly can they make it over on the AHQ side?
No, IO, this position with the Sheriff, they don't check it. Oh, how did he not get the kill? He tags him up to 40 health. The Sovolt's back in play. Oh, it's spamming up. It's going to hit him hard, but it doesn't take him down. It's been committed, but it might not be enough here. And now they've started to already move themselves away. The pings come in. And they're lost on where they might be going. If the B play comes in fast enough, all the slow comes in. They're running all the way around back towards A now. They're swapping it up. They're keeping them guessing. They're trying to force an over-rotate in here. But now they do need to commit.
They're running right into three players. This is going to be a big problem for them. Smoked off as well. Jet trying to do her best to just block off these angles, closing out on the site, but Kilo's there. Over aggression by Camp, but he still takes Darkus into a 2 versus 2. This is a nice position from or only one word. A nice shot onto Rainy to bring it into just a 1v2. The rotate as well. The nade not going to be eaten as he realizes, damn it, I shouldn't have thrown that.
They've run around once again. That Cypher ult coming up huge. That's why Rainy knew he had to peek, because the ult was going down. It's like, this is the only chance I've got. Oh my. Damage being done. Jeff needs to be careful. His head gets ripped off. But TKC is there to hold on to it. Overall, a good round from only one word. But these are so close. These could be swing rounds. It could be either way in another team's favor by quite a large margin here, Mitch.
You know, if we're playing this game a week ago, I think that probably comes down to a 1v1 much faster. Jeff was looking to survive because the jumping accuracy, remember, or the in-air accuracy of the shotguns was reduced significantly. And you saw him almost die to it still. So had that have been, you know, the patch a week ago, well, we definitely could have seen it come down to a much closer scenario. But unfortunately, the blast pack shotgun play wasn't enough. I appreciate the fact that he rotated quickly. There were weapons down on the A site that could have been retrieved, but it would have taken so long that they'd be just planted down in a crossfire by the time he eventually went in for the retake. So if they wanted to win the round, it was just they had to commit to it. But now on the 5-4 scoreline, AHQ get their weapons out yet again. We haven't seen a lot from the operator, and it's on the Cypher. You was heard coming in above, but he still manages to paranoia, find the first, looks for more, but Ayo comes in on the operator to shut them down, and a man advantage now extended even further.
Really nice work there from AHQ to bounce back, and keeping that many players alive is a lot better here.
Thanks. 5-5. We're getting one hell of an intense first map, it's got to be said. This is what we're hoping for, right? We wanted it in the previous series. The first map was close, and then it was 2 stomps afterwards. But this could be the one that delivers the nail biter. 3 ults in play for AHQ coming into the second last round. It is definitely time to start looking for opportunities to use them. And only one word have taken that a little too far. They've gone straight in for it. In fact, Sage over in AHQ's just picked up an ult orb over on B Long and managed to find the ultimate. Now the res is in play. So this 4th AHQ and the knives out from only one word. Have to get the damage done now.
Milk committed so much to that and didn't really get much for it. Just a bit of information. It's a bit of a waiting game now, as AHQ do have 3 players pushed towards B. But they don't want to poke into this and give him chances. TKCC destroys Milk through the box. That's less than ideal for him. Oh, the Omen pushes come in based off the back of the Shadow Orb. But Hybe with his ult up isn't going to work. Oh, the spray down from Cant, but it's not good enough. Now we're in a 2 versus 3. Are you stuck behind the wall for now? You trying to come on the flank. Kilo does have his ult. Time to use it. Wants to force him off the bomb spot. But it's not going to be good enough. Jeff, he's even just landed the pistol whipping onto IO. Oh, easy clap. They're not taking any risks. They just run away from him through the teleporter. They're looking to claim this round in style. And you just wants to wait for him to see if he's going to do the same. But instead, TKCC has other ideas. He wants to be on the flank. He wants to go on the hunt behind him. But even then, a 1v3, this is so troublesome.
Now, this 1v3 doesn't look all too likely. I think they've been listening to Around the World a little bit too much. Only one word. They seem to have ran around this map more times than I can count the last couple rounds. And Kilo, well, he's going to be going on a little bit of a journey of his own. Over towards the B side where he looks to save this weapon. But he's conscious of a player having stuck around. Still being waiting over here for maybe a little bit of a flank. Or to just drop his weapon. They took in the corner, saved the operator. Being hunted though. There's 2 players coming in to pincer him. He's decided that his final stand will be in elbow. Not a position that you'd normally check if you're hunting down, but Long's already been cleared. Really, at this point, you're going to think hookah or elbow, and they're moving right towards him, but it looks like he'll be able to evade them. Bring that weapon through to the next round. Now on 6-5. Yeah, look at some of these.
It's a problem. A big problem, Mitch. You look at this, right? There's so many rounds where it could have gone either way. But the way that AHQ started off and now it's slowly slipped away from them, that's the problem. That's the real bit where they are going to really find it difficult to deal with. I just hope for AHQ's sake that their attacking side comes up even bigger.
Well, it definitely has to. You need AHQ to perform well there. Both teams, though, have a decent composition for sitting down on the defending side. And they've got their Cyphers and their Sages down. So I don't expect any distinct advantage immediately. They need this round with 3 ults in play. AHQ should be the ones walking away with it. They're even close to getting it up on Kant as well. You can see he's just 2 orbs or kills away. Ayo to pick up the opening duel, but the trade immediately down in towards Hookah. This is where you'd ideally want Sage to push through and grab the res, and that will happen later on, without a doubt. But for now, it's going to have to be the passive play, because Hookah was smoked out. They've caused a rotate to be on the back of the lack of information, and that means that only one word are going to push in 4 versus 1 on this A side if they go quickly.
Only one word have done such a good job of selling so many fakes here. They played it so smart on their attacking side, but the defensive side is going to need to be key. Oh, the double revives. We're going straight back into a 5v5. You love to see it. Full executes coming in. As you does get caught, information will be had. He's going to throw a shadow orb out. Wants to make sure he gains some cover. The Sova ult coming into play. It isn't really going to hit him, though. They're ducking and diving out the way of it. Kant is delivering here in the opener. Still a lot more needs to be done. Those grenades are going out. Oh, what a play. Kilo lining them up, putting them down, grabs the 6th round, and we're sticking even Stevens for this round.
Well, we were looking at a And a pretty poor start for Kilo. He was 1 for 5 at one stage, had been wall banged and shot through smokes for most of those deaths. But that final round certainly made up for it. Now tied up 6-6 at the half, and these teams are separated by basically nothing. When it comes to bind, I don't really put a lot of favor into either side. This seems like the most balanced map to me. If you've got good rotations, if you've got bad rotations, you're going to be punished. It's very easy to sell fakes, but also very easy to grab information with it being so open and with Sova being such a strong character or agent on this map. There are a few key things, though. If you lose control of Hookah, you're going to over-rotate a lot because they can sell fakes so easily once they've got that control. That's where a Sage and a Cypher can be immensely useful. What I'm surprised about is this pistol round. Look at this. 4 players on the B site. Cypher set up his utility towards A, the camera there. This is a big gamble, but it's going to pay off. AHQ are looking to take B early, and they're going to just be completely confused when there's so many players waiting for them.
They've got a good read on this. The Sage wall goes up. They're going to need to destroy it real fast and push in with the rest of their teammates or decide to back away. It's only a matter of time before it all goes down. Oh, Hyde pokes in, but then gets slapped as he jumps into Milk's crosshair. They're going to try and retake this around and go towards A, but it might be too late. It's a 2v3. The Cypher is low. The ult point going to go in for Rainy. They need to do everything they can to make this happen. Luckily, the heal can come through, but is this going to be enough? TKCC's just about going to miss the jump. Oh, he might not if he swings now. They'll start to push out, but you finishes them off either way. And only one word. They are getting it done on the pistol.
Getting that round win. That could be really what separates these teams in the end is the pistol round. That early advantage. That 2-0 start in the half for what should be. AHQ on the attacking side now will just have very weak pistols. Classics at the moment. The potential to upgrade is there for like a shorty, but typically on the attacking side you'll see that from a Jet and no one else.
Now the thing is for me with AHQ, because okay, you got stacked up on that pistol round. It seems like only one word have a good read on you what you like to do on this map, but this was also AHQ's pick. So when it comes to it, oh no, it was only one word's pick, wasn't it? Or was it AHQ's? Yeah, it was AHQ's pick. It was AHQ's pick.
Oh, okay.
Why am I second guessing myself? And this is where it's scary because only one word if they get the win here. Obviously, a few more rounds to grab. This is the way they got to go with it all. But yeah, then AHQ will get another pick, and if they can't get, well, this is looking super problematic for them.
Being as we're on a classic round, I think it's probably worth answering just one of the questions I saw in chat there. Something we've had a little discussion on in the past, Banks, is where do you think Killjoy is going to fit into the competitive meta?
Of course, yep.
The conversation we had, and from what we've been seeing from a lot of professional teams, they've been trying to ditch Sage for quite a while. Because healing isn't actually the main benefit of Sage. It's map control. It's what pretty much all the professionals have been saying. So when you see Killjoy added, she's another map controller, right? And while Sage has the wall and she has obviously the slows, what Killjoy has are essentially slows. They last about as long, but they do a damn lot of damage. She's got a camera that's basically always activated, like a Cypher cam, in the form of her turret. It just sits there and watches the angle without you having to commit to looking at your wristwatch or whatever it is Cypher uses. And then the bots as well are another tripwire. They'll hold down map control, and if the player pushes past or breaks them, you know that that's been broken. So it's really, really solid for holding down information. And Sage is the one that's kind of less useful versus the Cypher. You'll see top-level teams in EU replace the Sage at the moment with a bundle of other agents, but you won't see Cypher. The Cypher is always taken. He's a 100% pick rate.
Oh, Hybe! You want to draft yourself up, but you got nades coming out towards you. You duck out of there eventually. For now, they can just back away. AHQ in a better position for this round so far. But only one word. They can easily turn this around. We see Hybe get so confident when he's on his Jet. But that overconfidence can also get you killed so many times. Now they're starting to go back towards B either way. So maybe they're just trying to bait out a rotation of their own, but they're not selling it in the same way only one word was. It's not as convincing straight off the bat.
We're going to be waiting a little bit before this burst comes out, but it's a straight blitz to the B site. Do they have smokes left to put down? Yeah, they do. I heard them being activated right now. There you go. Quick smoke and play towards the spawn. Oh, and they're shutting down every fight as well.
Huge work from AHQ. The Angels working out from only one player left up fine, and they're all looking towards him. 8 to 7 now with guns in their hands. AHQ begin to find their own way to deal with this attack, and it was looking scary the way they were going to try approach that, but they just got all the openings, no problem.
Yeah, well, you can't really complain if you're just going to go through and start headshotting everybody like that. Only one word. Looked like they had a decent setup, right? 3 players towards the B site. One guy gets smoked out. Okay, still a decent enough hold with 2 guys able to take those fights. And then bang, bang, bang. All 3 are dead. It's like, we didn't even get to see it. It would happen so fast.
Now they need to keep this going, though. Get that momentum, start running with it. All the spam coming out already. Nade's going to fly up. Oh, Dark is right on the side. Milk doesn't expect it. But actually, it's becoming more and more normal for hooker control at the beginning to have 2 players in a position like that. So Jones going to go out and try to get some information through the teleport. But IO will stop that. We'll only see him.
The little jump and shock darts. I've seen players get headshot because they do that. They go in for the second one.
Yeah.
But my favorite Phantom skin. It's gorgeous.
You will not kill
Not quite the
my
nebula.
mother.
Oh, the swing! They're not covering
no.
properly, but they get the trade. So it's worthwhile. If you think about it, that ult, okay, it didn't get the player back online, but imagine you had an ultimate that just killed an enemy player. Because that's basically what they just did, right? Baited out and traded.
Yep.
That's similar to it. Obviously, it doesn't immediately kill them, but in effect.
It's always a 50-50. Do you go in to try kill the res, or do you know it's going to be bait and you don't poke forward for it, but you allow them to have another player in the game? It's risk versus reward. And now it all comes down for AHQ. They're on the site. The smokes are down. They've got the cover. The molly covering off bathrooms to back them up. IO got to be careful trying to swing on into this. The Sova's right there. They're all spamming, but they're giving TKCC so much of an opportunity there. Oh, and Jeff domes Kilo. This is not what AHQ would have wanted. It was looking so good for them, but they are just continuing to push their way forward. Brute force working out. Rainy's vision is going to be obscured. He's not going to be able to see all the way around. The taps come out, but the defuse continues. No problem for you, and no problem for only one word as they grab a 9th, and they won't allow AHQ to even things up.
Banks, obviously, over in EU, we saw Brimstone start to be used again by Angel, right? Over in Fun Plus Phoenix. Now, I've seen some questions in chat about Brimstone versus Omen. Do you want to touch on, because you spoke with Angel about that, right? Being as we're on a pistol round, maybe you could shed some light for the guys in chat on why Brimstone is starting to reappear.
So, in terms of what he thinks at the moment, I was speaking to Angel, who plays for Fun Plus Phoenix, and he wants to test different setups. So, Brimstone and Omen have different ways to approach sites. Omen can't throw both smokes at the same second, so a round is less explosive and enemies have time to react. So, he switches between both so the enemies don't know what to expect. So, it's a bit of mixing it up, and Ayo! Hello! I thought it was a judge that was supposed to be doing things like that as Milk kills him off. Less than ideal. I was like, I'm having it. I'm doing it. Shotgun kills. Let's go. And then destroyed.
I mean, this was a pistol round. There's a whole reason we were going to go into Theorycraft conversation, and then a bookie finds a triple opening for AHQ. That's unreasonably good. Spike planted on A. Harassment over on the B site from Milk. This is ridiculous. They shouldn't have had a chance of getting into this one.
Bucky has become the most useful weapon for AHQ, both on Cant and Milk now. It wasn't Milk, sorry, it was IO. Milk killed him. Oh, dear. But yeah, for the Brim, the conversation we were having, right, his smokes can be useful. It has to be in a team environment. It has to be some very skilled players for sure. But yeah, Angels, I like the way Angel explained it, because if you want to go fast, you want to give it a big rush going in there, you can cover off so much. On a map like Bind, it's perfect, because look at how much you can cover with those smokes compared to what you can do with an Omen.
Jeff's overstayed his welcome here. No, I feel make it away just about. He was very close to dying to that. Yeah, it makes sense, right? With the Omen, you've got to put your smokes out one at a time. They're much slower getting into position. You've only got 2 of them. Whereas with a Brimstone, just bang, 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 they're down. And you can rush like crazy. And obviously, you shouldn't be surprised if the CIS player wants to get the agent out that lets him rush and overwhelm you with just sheer explosive playstyle. That's what they're known for.
Yeah, they don't hold back, that's for sure. We actually had the chance to speak to one of the guys that's behind the esports team
Get out of my
and the
way.
global strategy behind Valorant during the Allied Esports event. And he's really excited to see the new maps coming out soon. We won't have too long to wait for that. But obviously they know how long it takes to make them, right? It's the waiting game, and that they don't need to rush it. I know right now we're sat there saying, oh, I've only got 4, we want some more, but patience is key in this, because when the new maps do come, right, we want them to be very competitive ready. Oh, hype.
Wow.
He tries to land the sick one-shot knife. Will get healed up, but it's got a lot of damage there.
I will say, you look at the maps that have been released so far and how much they've been, or how little rather, they've been changed since release. It's damn impressive, considering, like, look at Counter-Strike when Vertigo came out. There's the ult going down towards Lambs. It's what we like to see. It's clear now completely, and they're able to push forward. Hit by a shock dart. A couple of them lit up very heavily by it. Spotted moving into Lamp Room as well. That's good info to play with, but only one word are still locked out, and they have a man disadvantage on this retake.
This is huge, though. Do you see the smokes gave so much cover straight away from it in there? They're in such a good spot. Milk's just holding his position. Oh, spots out the Sova, no problem. The gun was shown before that. You've got the advantage on the peak. And even though Hive has his ultimate up, he's still using the weapon, but eventually gets taken down. 3 versus 2. AHQ, they're not done yet. Oh, they see it just off the edge of it, but IO can't connect the shots. He can't connect the dots. He can't hit headies either, and there's a revive coming in. AHQ need to be very careful. The wall goes up, and oh, Can with the Bucky. You madman. He throws it out. He's going to end them, but IO does it with a pistol. Very close for AHQ, but they bring it to 9-9, and neither team is backing down.
I love. So he had a bulldog, and rather than go through the TP, he's just gone, taken a phantom, and stood there like, yeah, it's not gonna blow up. I know my timings. I'd be running for the hills.
Yeah, definitely.
Also, that's the first point blank ultimate for the Hunter's Fury that I've seen used. It was just on the other side of the wall to the spike. Starts spraying through with it. Usually it's used from the other side of the map, not, half a meter away.
That was crazy. The wall that went up, that little gap, that was the whole reason that AHQ were able to get that. But that wasn't around that little, what was it, 4v2 in the end? It definitely should have been going AHQ's way from the start, but it got very close.
It did. It got incredibly close indeed. But the thing is, right, this whole game has been a wild roller coaster. Whichever team wins this, their opponent gets to choose the next map. And there are only 3 remaining, but that could present a distinct advantage if you at least get to avoid the one that you're least comfortable on.
We've seen the swings on it, right? We've seen it just in the first semi-finals game. Pick, like just changing. But in the end, a tackle round, they managed to take the big win. We're now finding out which of the 2 teams will join them in the final. Oh, TKCC, he just can't catch a break. Everything was going towards him. The smokes again, making it so difficult for only one word to get into it. And Jeff still finds a heady, though. He's still able to dome one. Needs a bit more than that to help his team out in this round. But the full push from AHQ is looking strong. The wall's gone up as well. He's going to try and spam it down. Oh, got to be careful from that spot. Kilo's going to be ready and waiting for it. The teleport isn't going to pay off. High pushes on it, though. Instant refrag comes in. Io's going to have to hold strong from his position again. They start to line up for him, but it's happening left, right, and center. And brilliant work from Io. He pushes back after getting the first pick and then manages to get the second kill in. Normally in that position, they don't expect you to poke back out, right? Especially in a 1v1, but Io played that to perfection.
And the only small criticism I'd have is in the 1v1, I'd rather him run the time down a little bit more on that spike. If he lost that fight, I think they would have had time to defuse. But if he just allowed them to...
The difference in it and what you're saying there, right, from looking at it from like a pro player perspective, the reason Io went out for something like that is because he's not going to expect you to poke that quickly.
True.
So if he waits and then pokes again, then that's an error. But poking that quickly off the back of it, that guy's already always going to be pushing to either like tap the spike or something like that and get the defuse in. So it's like a mind game with it. 9 times out of 10, he's not just going to hold the angle because he's going to expect you to hide and do exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, true. It's like oh, hold on, this peek with the bookie. He got pushed out by the nade. Really nice clear. That's something I've highlighted a million times in this map. When you've got a raise on the attacking side, you get free control over hookah, at least left side. You can force the player out of there if they are there. It's always fantastic. And I'll make the point I was going to make a little bit later, because as we look into this in a 5v3, only one word of 2 players towards this A site. They're smoked out again. They need to get back into this one. They want to do the damage, but TKCC just can't get through the smoke.
I swear to God, the raise here for AHQ just loves to hurt her team as much as possible. Like, have a blast back. There you go.
Gotta get the damage stats up. It doesn't matter about enemy or team damage, just damage in general. That's all it's about.
Going for highest average damage possible. Yeah, this is just a save, surely, for only 1 word. Try and maybe get some exit kills at best. Because AHQ with 5 alive, dominant as they pushed in here.
So with what we were talking about before, the peeking when you're not expected to peek type thing, I guess it's like in poker, for example, if you've got a terrible hand, you're going to be expected, but you bet a certain way, you're going to be expected to have a great hand. It's really stupid to make certain calls or raises with a hand that you know will lose, but you're bluffing, right? So you're doing something your opponent thinks, if he plays this way, he has to do this. And so you catch them off guard with that just by changing it up.
Yeah, I think like 9 times out of 10, right, when you're in a 1v1 like that, more times is they're going to sit there and go to hide, right, and play for time, like you said. And in general, it's the better decision to make. But if you just poke quickly once, you saw how he did it. He poked him, wasn't going to go in for the kill, but because he did it so quickly, it can work out. If he does that 3 seconds after, it doesn't work. Like, it obviously, it all comes down to aim and how the shot's going to work out. A lot like what Milk is able to do here. Again, force him away. Oh, even pops the ult. This is huge.
No one here to ult
dancing
anymore.
On forward. No one's a kill anymore. Just going to throw it in the dark. Does more damage to himself. Milk, stop going for all this extra damage, my man.
Enemies, teammates, himself. He'll just do damage to anyone. He doesn't care. He's a madman. Now, look, they're going to go for... Like, I think for a second they went, will we save? And then it's like, no, there were shock darts coming through as well. But realistically, at this point, you have to go. It's 12-9. Are they going to concede it? I think they've wasted too much time. They've got to.
Yeah. Smoked off. Can't push into it. They know how much control AHQ have. They don't have any information to play off, considering the players died so early on the site. Look at the exit into spawn. They're going to try and take the weapons from them, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. 1 more player to find, or 2 more players to find, sorry. You's trying to tap them down, but AHQ have so much money, it's not really a problem for them. Oh, no! Their vision was obscured, but it does not even matter. On 12-9 now, AHQ, they commit so much to that, but they take all the weapons out of only 1 word's hands. Which remind me as well, after we've done some casting, we'll get into a game, and I'll show you some of these, like, the reason I find, like, clutching so easy is because it's all about the mind games. It's all about those little details. There's certain things you should always try.
Yeah. I remember at one of the few tournaments, one of the few LAN tournaments I played, I had a great clutch, which I lost because I shift walked so long that the bomb blew up. So that was great. I'm not one to be overly critical of clutch situation plays. Obviously, it's easy when you're sitting on the outside, but there's a whole lot going on in that moment. Not just, this is the technical, mathematical best way to maximize your win percentage. So sometimes you got to just throw that to the side and catch them by surprise.
Oh, this is going to be huge now. Fire's going to get all that information, but Milk already inside. Doing the damage, sealing the deal if possible. Oh, Milk, you're doing them dirty right now. Kill after kill, going his way. The raise is just smacking them around. They use the revive. They've still got... Do you know what? If you're just if you're going to do the ult now, just do it back in their spawn. Why not? Sober versus Sober ult's coming through. Can't actually goes down because of it. Come on, pop your ult. Pop your ult.
Camera taken out.
Okay, actually, now definitely pop your ult. Here we go. Oh, he's just using the smoke instead. He's just going to create cover. Still one there, but Milk on his third. Gets a fourth as he's running with it. 13-9. AHQ win their map pick. It was looking scary after their defensive side, but on their attacking side, they were strong from start to finish. A bit of back and forth, some very close rounds. You can actually see, Mitch, how these two teams are quite evenly matched in terms of skill and just ability here, because it came down to a lot of these 1v1, 2v1 scenarios.
It did. What I will say, though, is the fact that obviously we had the pistol rounds not actually going in their favor, and they still win the map. That's pretty impressive. You know, even coming into the second half, it looked like they were going to get off to a slower start, but the bounce back was there.
Oh, yeah, it's all about that bounce back. Now we can see the scores on the board, and it's all important here. Look at Io, 26 for 13. He's then met closely by Yu, who is right up there at the moment of being there in a position where he can actually be, what is it? He's second at the moment for the MVP score. Then Milk, we saw a lot come out, so much damage being done, but overall, score-wise, they just had a good team ratio here for AHQ.
Yeah, indeed. AHQ, 26 kills on the board for IU is impressive as can be. That combat score as well, above 300. That's what you want to see. Really, if you're 00W, that's what I'm going to go with from now on. Ooh. Their position in that game is obviously going to be a little bit deflating, just because, in all seriousness, like, Darkus had a really rough game, and he was a player that we highlighted as the one to watch over on this team. You had been the highest rated, but Darkus had some sick clutches in the game that we saw in group stages, and here, not able to do the damage up against some of the higher level teams. That's concerning, because for such a close game, that can really be the difference. And obviously, you can't just poke down towards the bottom player and say, oh, well, it's their fault. It's not how it works a lot of the time. You definitely saw that were the better team when it came down to a lot of those pushes in the clutch situations. How many rounds did they came close for sure, but they were just about able to edge it out in that like 1v2 final situation. And if you're able to do that and win those with a higher percentage, yeah, you're going to walk away with more rounds.
And I'm guessing we don't know what map pick is going to be next. It will be the pick of as you like to call them. I never know if you're saying you or when it comes to only one word. They will get their pick choice now. And I'd like to see AHQ start on the attacking side, but those highlights are rolling, Mitch. It's time for us to take a break, and when we come back, we'll be finding out what the second map is going to be. We're finding out if only one word can stand strong and get us to a third, or if they'll be going out 2-0.
Drone taken out.
Only one word ended up losing it down there on Bind. It was AHQ's map pick, so they're up 1-0 in the semi-finals. Could they be looking at another 2-0? Well, only time will tell. We'll be moving on to Haven next, which is only one word's map pick, but they're both the middle ground maps for me because everyone can play them, Mitch.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly, right? When you come down to Haven, I'm hoping that's what we're going to see because that's my favorite map outside of Split. Second favorite, right?
Okay.
I feel like it probably gives us the best games. So Split can feel a little bit one-sided, right? A lot of the time you're going to have the defense locking you out. It's very slow rounds, whereas Haven, it gives you so much potential to play aggressive on the defensive side, grab information. You see Sova be much more important here than anywhere else. I absolutely love the map. I hope we get to see it. That's where I'm voting for. What about you, Banks?
Well, do you know what? If we do get a third map, you know I'm always down to see Ascent. You know I always want that to come into play. But we'll have to wait and see if it's even going to happen because AHQ, they look super solid. We can see the players right now, right? We can see how they're looking in terms of the head-to-heads at the moment, what's going on throughout all of this. And you got to say, we have to give a lot of praise over to the side of only one word. Because right now, look, we're looking at the Sage versus Cypher meeting. It's Darkest taking on Kilo. Kilo, he came up time and time again. Although he didn't play Cypher in the previous game, he was there just able to lock it down and show them up over and over in a way that I guess it was more on the defensive side, right? When he was playing from Lamp's position, he was able to swing on him so many times, he just wasn't being checked.
Yeah, so much room given over to him. I really my heart went out for Darkest in that previous game because obviously you look at that combat score in like 139, it's pretty low. His kills per round were off, and Darkest is a player that you cannot underestimate. He can do a lot of damage, but in that last map, he really struggled.
Oh yeah, he certainly did. And sometimes you can have a game like that, but that only means that you'll be fueled more to go in stronger on the next. Now, when it comes to it, though, Sova taking on the Sage, right? We're looking at TKCC going up against Rainy. You got to take these agent picks with a pinch of salt, because it's not always possible for us to show the information of what they're playing between each map. Every map, it ends up being different for a lot of these guys. Some people stay on their staples, but especially within this region, everyone's changing it up quite a lot.
Yeah, we've seen quite a bit of a mixed bag. Even the Phoenix is coming out at times, and we mentioned that when you look at Rainey, yes, he's a Sage, and he was in the previous, but he's mixed it up in the past and went down to a Breach. In fact, I think for us at least, the only player that we've seen on a Breach coming throughout this tournament so far. He has not got a lot of love over in Asia, that's for sure.
No, definitely not. We're seeing different compositions come out, right? We're seeing teams try and mix it up as much as possible. Can't with that Bucky, though. Oh, my God. We spoke about the Judge being slightly nerfed. Well, he's making sure the Bucky's viable. Maybe he's trying to get the Bucky to be nerfed.
It could be trying to show off what it can do at its best. And alongside the Judge, it is obviously those two weapons are very viable in their own scenarios. We saw the Bucky being used to 1v3 in a fight, which is unusual to say the least. Generally, the Bucky is the one you'll get one with and then back off. You won't want to take multiple opponents at once.
Yeah. Over and over again, we see it kind of happen like that. Hybe, though, on your screen at the moment, going up against Raze in Milk. Now, Milk, super solid throughout all of this. Hybe was having some really good moments, but it just wasn't enough this time around. We've pointed out as Hybe being one of the key players here for this team. Is it going to be enough this time around when it comes to their pick of Haven? Jet is an ultimate pick for him. I think he just needs to stay on it and really come through with some mad confidence. Start getting a bit more aggressive up in their grills a bit more.
I'm not seeing enough from Hybe, though, when it comes to the Jet gameplay. I want to see more of the ultimate usage coming in on those weaker buy rounds. It seems like there's always game-to-game couple decisions that don't really match up with what you'd expect, and there's plenty of examples out there to learn how to play the Jet successfully. You look at Looker, you look at Mixwell over in EU. These guys have been solid as can be. And I feel like just a little bit more work is required there from him to really get himself to a level that I'm happy with.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Now, IO, oh my, he was rocking him when it came to this game. If he has another game like this and you can't step it up as much, you is going to be really struggling to hit that MVP spot that he wants to grab, because he was in second at the beginning of today.
Yeah, he definitely is a solid player, as we said, coming into that previous game as well. Use one that can deal a lot of damage, but like you said, that's not a second place performance. 282, damn good combat score, but he was being a little bit outshone, wasn't he?
Yeah, sometimes can happen, right? Sometimes got to deal with it. For AHQ, though, they're in a position now where if they could get another 2-0, they would look like at least the most dominant team in not losing games when it comes to what we've seen throughout the playoff stages, right? Because in the quarterfinals, they went for a 2-0. Now they're potentially looking at the same again. And I would actually love to see them against attack all around, right? Because that could be a matchup where, at least in terms of strategy, you'd see a bit more depth than what we've seen from some of these teams where it's been a bit more gun-ho.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, just talking about that, when I look at the Breach I brought up, we haven't really seen any of. I was speaking with Blair a while back about over in the Asian region for CSGO. Obviously, he's the Asian expert when it comes to that. And he was saying that the reason that you don't see a lot, like we went through games just to highlight this, that would be like 28, 29 rounds long in Counter-Strike. Yep. And you'd have like 3 flash assists on the server. And I was like, I'm looking at this scoreboard like that can't be right. Surely. Blah, what's happening? And he was saying that, when you're trying to make it within the Asian region in CS, a lot of the time they pick up players that frag like animals. They have no respect for people that do their role and that set up teammates and that play support. Support is like, no one wants to play that over there. And so we see just flashes used for them to play off themselves, but when it came down to team play, it wasn't really there. I wonder if maybe to a certain degree that's transferring over. If it's the sort of the groundwork for other FPS titles, when you go over to this one, if maybe that's the same kind of thing, that no one has respect for someone that stays in the supportive role, last man into the site, but sets his teammates up to get kills.
Well, it could be something that comes in with that meta. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to see as it develops, right? It's still the early days of Valorant, but we're about to get into Haven. We're getting into the action. It's going to be the pistol round, and we're going to see AHQ on their defensive side, and on the attacking side will be only one word. It is only one word's pick. They did lose that previous round, but can they stand strong against AHQ that, at least on an individual, looked a lot better?
Well, it's time to find out, Banks. This is going to be an exciting one. Haven coming out, a map that I love. We get to see a lot of variants from the CT, or the, hold on, the defensive side. There we go. Get the quick correction in. When it comes down to this map, we've seen a couple weird decisions in terms of the agent picks. Everything looks pretty standard here, with the exception of Phoenix coming through in place of what will be a Raze. And obviously over on the AHQ side, we've got him. He's finally here. A breach has emerged. Oh, no, He's cleared out all of bottom mid, but he didn't spot Sage. Evidently, though, Sage thinks she was spotted, because immediately a slow orb goes down and gives away the position. Now in a little bit of trouble. A teammate needs to come through and provide a little bit of support, but it doesn't look like that's possible. Shredding every fight. Only one Worder now in a 3v1.
They got so aggressive from the AHQ side on that. I'm shocked and stunned. I'm a little bit surprised. They got absolutely destroyed. So much control there at mid for only one word, despite the information play coming out there. It was AHQ that maybe overstepped the mark a little bit. They didn't even want to look to try and hold on to a site. They just went out all guns blazing.
Oh, we talked about the defensive side aggression. Maybe they took that a little bit too to heart. When I talk about this map as well, the agent that you need is Sova. It's all about the information plays, clearing out some of these angles. I mean, look how big this map is. Look how many lanes there are of approach. You need to have something to gain information. A Cypher towards A generally is going to be the typical solo hold. Now, everything's out the window in this round because, of course, they've got the weak pistols. A couple of shorties upgraded because you're defensive side, so you can hold those closer angles like towards Garage. But only one word are making a really wise choice. They go up C long. It's a long-range duel. And what's the best place to take a fight versus a shorty? Probably on range. It's best not to go into Garage and let them shred you.
Completely agree with that, and that's how it seems to be going. They've got full site control. Milk tries to push through the smoke, and well, for now it's just a shooting range. Only one word, just have to land it all. They've got the information to play off of here. You see the Sage was slightly spotted out. The molly goes down at her feet. And IO, he won't stand strong for too much longer. An easy round. Everyone stays alive. There was literally no pressure put towards them.
No, done for free. And we, as I said, we had a lot of shorties. It's kind of expected. Yeah, for Cypher, defensive side, typically you'll see him playing over towards the A side. You'll see the Sage. Well, often you'll also see a tripwire put on B from some of the higher level EU teams. And then they'll pretty much back off and leave that site completely. There's the tripwire actually going down. So maybe they've been watching some G2 and Liquid VODs. So with the Cypher towards the A side, typically solo, we see 3 players there this time. And the logic here is that they're going to go for an early push and try to gain some info. It's a risky play, but one that might pay off with that deep smoke. If they manage to get a player in position, they'll be able to rotate fully over towards the C side of the map.
If this B hit to potentially come in, it's all going to come down. Yeah, nothing revealed thus far. The smoke's going to give them the entry they need. An easy spike plant. Oh, he can just hold on to it. He can just tank it because they can't push on it just yet. But it's now a 5v5 in retake after plant position. The waiting game, they've started to get into the site, but it's so defensive. Maybe if they could do the Sage wall off, that would be a chance. As Kilo starts off, but he's only able to get one. The push through's coming in, but it's not exactly completely synergized in here. Hybe still getting away with murder, despite only having the Spectre in hand. He's all alone. He's off towards the back site. He's been walled off, which means he can only come from one direction. He tries to play it, throws up the wall, gets himself some extra health, looks to try and tap away. Oh, he can't connect the shots. And the Cypher just about sees him, but the spike is diffused, and the round goes the way of AHQ, and he won't even hold on to his weapon.
He probably thought they weren't diffusing anymore, Banks, because he sprayed perfectly on the spike. Those bullets must have went through the legs or something. That was ridiculous. But just about, with a new haircut, Sage emerges from that one. Looking good with the round win on the board for AHQ. That's heartbreaking.
Huge work. He tried his best. He tried his might. He couldn't quite line it all up for those final shots. Now only one word. They'll still have weapons. They're still in a good spot. But they maybe need to try and play that kind of an execute a little bit more differently. They want to get very close here. Early on. Pushing up C-Long. This is fast and furious from only one word. Hybe's already been tagged up. The heal comes out towards him, but Rainy's taken down you. They're pushing in. He pops his ult and he sideswipes him like a boss. Looking in for more.
Oh!
Cat loses his head. That is huge. Hybe continues to push on it. That's a perfect use of his ult. Without that, we could be looking at a very different scenario.
Yeah, it could be a much more AHQ-sided round if he didn't have that ultimate in play, but the benefits of it, plus the plans for long. They tried to seize the control, but couldn't as Jeff falls, but Kilo just gives up on it. It's the right call. Looking to save, throws the smoke over towards middle, hoping to bait them out into thinking he's around there. As he just looks to save over that weapon. Massive play by Only One Word and by Hybe. And we saw, like, honestly, I don't even mind him swapping off the Jet towards something like this. Even though Jet can do a lot on, well, every map, but Haven especially. Because typically you'll be an operator player, right? The reality is I haven't been a fan of Hybe's Jet gameplay. And I think already on Phoenix he's brought more value to the team.
Yeah, that was a big play. If you had the knives, right, yeah, you can go forward. But to try and be able to just have that amount of confidence knowing you're not going to die is a difference maker. And when you've got Hybe in form, in position, it can be real crazy here.
Well, AHQ making the decision on the buy here. 2 bookies already coming out. Kant is selling and buying. He's not too sure if he wants to keep it. It looks like they're going to go for it. Big shotgun play.
He's huge when it comes to the shotguns. So for only one word, they sit back down. They play a bit more passive and rightly slow.
Yeah, only one word. Want to take A control. They're starting to creep up through a long. They've got themselves secured on the back with the tripwires for Cypher. Camera in middle. They can maintain a lot of information on this and make sure AHQ don't push, but look at this. They've already stacked up this side. A perfect read by AHQ. They know exactly what's going on. The shotguns up behind haven't been spotted. Kilo able to grab himself too. What a play. And now Yu's looking to pull it all the way back. He's got a double. And now they know the other players up on top of those boxes. The swing about to come through. Kilo's got to be huge with this. He's not hit. Oh, he is actually hit by the shock dart. Now, beautiful follow-up by Yu.
Incredible work coming out there. Using the Sova ult to perfection. Milk only has the Bucky to work with. Can't find a player to upgrade on close range yet. There's only another Bucky close. This is not what he would have wanted. He can avoid this though. Finds himself the first kill straight in with the reload. He's waiting for the next one. The shock darts are going out. They're dancing around each other. Oh, he's playing a bit of peekaboo. There's no way he can get it done. And Yu slaps him at the end. But my oh my, that got closer than it should have been. The Sova ult saving the day in a big way.
Only one word. Don't want to let this one slip, Banks. They want to make sure we get over to a third map, and already the groundwork is starting to be done.
Yeah, massively.
For OOW. Still, I never found the origins of W versus double V. Why it's called that. Oh, I think maybe I found it before. It was like to do with the way it used to be written in medieval times or something, that it was more curved and then they changed it. I don't know. I'll find it out again. I know I'm going to have to look that up. These are the questions that must be answered. But for AHQ, they've got 4 ultimates. They should be able to hold down here. 2 players towards the C site. Big rotate as well. They've had really good reads on what site only one word are going for. And in that sense, I feel like the attacking side's been a little bit too predictable.
Yeah, not faking it up enough, you know. And that's one thing they were very good at. Only one word was super good at selling the fakes last time around to force AHQ to rotate so much around Bind. Now the push is coming straight in. They're pushing up into it. Jeff's pinging like crazy. He knows where to look for him. The Sova ult's coming out, and that's going to land hugely. IO's there to spray him down as well. Great work, but Hybe's come through in the back lines. A huge flank coming into play, but he's only getting 1. IO's still standing, 33 health on a dream, but he's making that dream work. 3 versus 2, and Kilo's like, hey boys, you want to try get out of here? Not today.
Oh, wow. Well, for AHQ, that's the round you hoped for. The thing that's impressive about this is that they don't actually have... They hadn't got to commit too many ultimates to it. They're still in a position where they can do some decent damage. And Banks, as I suspected, yeah, back in Anglo-Saxon times, when it was translated from Latin, there was no V in Old English. So it was called W because it was represented by two U's. Because it's the, what is it? I can't find it now. Something like, oh, wine, W-Y-N in Latin, ween or something. And so they needed to represent that, so they used double U's. Then later on in the 8th century, changed over to double V's. So there you go.
There you go. Lessons being taught by Mitch here. Google comes through to save the day for our understanding of W and double V.
Yeah, or the 11th century was when W's formed, yeah. There you go. It's always fun. It was fun to learn new things.
Oh, Elo, far too aggressive, tries to back away, but it was not going to happen. Now only one word can just push on forward.
I know exactly where you are.
Information going to be had here for the Cypher as well. And he can see already what's going on. The rotations come in and they're just going to back away. Only one word, full charging now. Knives out. They want to try and hit onto C by the looks of it. Spike's going through mid doors, which is a tad bit risky. They've got plenty of time to go for, but that wall's already gone up.
Oh, down. There's the Hellfire clearing them out on the side. Rainy, even though they knew he was swinging, he still gets a double. Milk for the trade, and it's all in a 2v3. Phoenix hadn't got a clue where they were. He gets dropped, and it's all left down to 1. Shotgun to the face.
With the Bucky. Oh, dear. This is AHQ coming back into it on their defensive side.
It is indeed.
Find a way to stop them, and like you keep mentioning, Mitch, the ultimates aren't being the reason why they're getting these rounds. They're standing strong off their own backs. They now have 4 online still.
They're not even having to pop the res to win out that previous round. Breach, when it comes down to the defensive side, I mean, like, he can do some decent stuff like clearing out these angles, but I think a lot of the time it comes down to waiting for them to push in. Thanks. Have you frozen there?
No, mine's still going.
Oh, okay. I've been
Give it a quick refresh. I'll continue it on forward.
Yeah, we're gonna have to refresh that one.
So at the moment, AHQ dealing with the aggression towards B. Oh, Hype's popping another Phoenix ult. He starts to run all the way around, gets 1 kill, but then he's taken out. The push is still coming in, but it's Kilo on the flank. He's putting in some great work. Milk to get the final kill. A 4th round secured. 3 still alive here for AHQ. Are you back online? You all good?
Yeah, we're back. We're good to go. Got the middle stage of that round.
What time are you at?
18, 17.
Yep, perfect.
Awesome. Yeah, look at the AHQ still. Didn't have to use any of their ults in that previous round. This is starting to get a little bit concerning for only one word. They get their investment here, but then it's down to an eco, and at that stage, AHQ could be up 6-4. Time to start stringing them together, start doing the damage, and versus these ults, it ain't gonna be easy.
Hype just patiently waiting down the bottom of C long. They were able to grab the ult orb, but it wasn't challenged at all.
The aggression that comes out early on from AHQ, getting control of A long, has come through a couple of times. It looks like only one word this time. We're looking to contest it. They want to get in there and really start to fight them. The spams are giving away that they're outside of it. The boost pack goes down, looking to give himself a little stimulation. But unfortunately, they won't be getting any map control alongside it.
Now, only one word. Keep want to try and hit this B site. They've not had too much success here. They're going for the smoke executes once again. Shock darts up as well, but that wolf, but not in the best of positions. Milk stands strong for now. Io's not able to get it done. The revive's even being committed to this. It's a 2v4, but Rainy's swinging around. Rainy's doing more damage. It's absolutely huge. Expects the flank. TKCC shut out of it. And now it's a 2v1. How did that turn around so quickly? Rainy making it work, making it happen, but certainly needs the backup of her teammate now.
This is just ridiculous from Rainy at this stage. How many clutches have already come through in this first half, and as the plank goes down from Darkus, a player that struggled massively on the previous map, the res is in to make it that much more difficult. Saved up for just the right moment, and now only one word, and not looking to win this round. No heals for 6 seconds, but it will come through very, very soon. Then the 1v2 thereafter.
No charges left.
And imagine if there was no revive here, this would be a 1v1 right now. You wouldn't be able to kind of bait it out and force Darkish to push into it. But they just defuse it, no problem at all. Timing's going to work out. He still goes down. Less than ideal. Rainy had an incredible round there, literally saving AHQ from start to finish.
The only sad thing is that 3K came in after the res, right? So it's only one ult charge built up. It could have been a lot better. But even still, I think you'll take that. It's the round win out of a situation where Rainy should have been overrun and taken down, and now sits on 9 kills. Absolutely nutty play. I love how Kant just didn't get the message that everyone was going to go for the lowercase AHQ in their name. He's just got it in capitals.
He's doing his own thing, you know. He's having fun with it. Kilo's also doing his own thing at long to start off with. Spamming through the Cypher cage. Oh, he's got to be careful, but they're poking him one by one. This is how you do it, guys. You give him so much chance to get kills in there.
I think at this stage, really, you want to probably send your Sage and see if she can get a few more kills. Get that res back online. It's Kant that follows through with one milk and another. And the ultimates don't build up too much. A lot of the players getting those kills either already had their ults, or it was the Omen, which isn't obviously going to be the biggest of deals. We saw it popped already. He managed to get the TP down below middle, up behind them in that round that Rainy clutched. But they just shot it and cancelled it. He at least confirmed the information that there were 4 of them pushing. That's, as we said, often what Omen is going to be at this stage. Because you remember back in originally you couldn't cancel the TP. You'd be very careful about where you went. But at this stage, you just TP into the fray, find out where they are, and then go back.
At which point do you start to get a bit scared, though, for only one word? You've had 5 rounds in a row thrown at you from AHQ, and they're starting to look more convincing. We do see the operator out on you. Maybe that can be something that will change it up a bit for him. Certainly needed in here. Oh.
Don't know what's happened there. We've
Something changed for us.
I guess we'll jump back over to Cams for a minute then. We're here. Hello. How you doing? Let me know when it comes back on there, Banks. We'll
let me find out what's going on.
I'm gonna quickly hit them up and let them know we can't see the game. It's unfortunate. But yeah, so you guys enjoying the game? This is the part where we come in with an ad. If you want to see the rest of the game, subscribe with Twitch Prime and you'll get the... No, obviously that's not... It's like... yeah, that's very odd. So far, though, yeah, it's definitely getting a little bit worrying, right? You lose 5 rounds in a row, you fall behind, and I really don't know what you do from there. You got to be able to bounce back. Obviously, whenever there's a Phoenix in play as well, I always want to sit against it. I always want to side against the Phoenix. I don't like those picks. It's better. I guess it's been delivering more value than the Jet so far.
Yeah, I've just asked our production team. So just so everyone knows here who's watching the stream, we've got a clean feed that's being sent to us from over out in China. We're picking it up, and we needed to make sure that we could get the feedback online. We're going to have to go for a quick break. So Mitch, if you throw up the break screen, we'll be back as soon as possible with some sort of a solution for this, and hopefully we won't miss too much of the game. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, and ready to bring you some more action from the Valorant event. We had to take a quick break because one player's PC crashed. That's why it went off, and we're taking our clean feed here from Hong Kong, so we need to ensure that obviously we get that information, we pass it on to you guys, and we wait for this game to kick back in. Now, AHQ, they were certainly turning things around despite how good only one word started off there, Mitch.
Yeah, AHQ started to come back into it. They've already got that map lead, so I guess there's just no pressure on their shoulders. They don't have to worry immensely about where they're at. And I would be a little bit scared, to be honest, if I'm sitting down as only one word. With how things have gone, they lost, what, when we left 5 rounds in a row? I think maybe 6?
It was 5, 6 potentially.
So if you're at that stage where you're just getting slapped out after winning those early rounds and not able to deliver, it's going to start to weigh in on your mind, right? You're already 1-0 down. This is your chance to make it to finals. Remember, if you just win this game, you're guaranteed $5,000. If you go to the lower, the third, fourth decider, you then have to win that, and you'll still only get 2,000. So this one series right here is so important. It's going to be massive. You could literally lose $5,000 just by losing this one.
A lot of money on the line for sure. And I think also, right, when it comes to going through for AHQ, if they can get their quarterfinals game 2-0 and this game at 2-0, then that's really scary, right? Playing the least amount of maps to make your way through, saving as much energy going into the finals on Sunday, saving what other teams might see from you. Because we said this earlier, we know the teams that played earlier today are most likely watching these demos as it goes on, watching these games take place live and saying, okay, we can try and figure a few things out here. Right now, though, if you're attack all around, you are probably saying to any team that wants to play you, don't pick a cent because we're damn good at it.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much how you rock it in, right? That game we saw earlier on was nuts. They bounced back from a 13-3 loss and just started demolishing. I think, yeah, within regions, there's always those ascent teams that picked it up early enough, and they know the map so well that they're able to dominate versus their countrymen or their regionmen, shall we say. All in all, though, I'm excited to get back into this game. I hope that we see a still competitive showing from Only One Word. The reality is they can bring this to a third map. AHQ are not undefeatable. But with the way that they've been showing up at the moment with IO and certainly Rainy in this map, it's scary, man. I mean, he found that 3K where they were coming from every side. It was just, he was spinning the whole time, shooting people.
Careful what you say there. Spinning and shooting people could lead to something else, right? But no, honestly, he dealt with that so well. I really thought the guy pushing through window was going to get him, and that was going to be the problematic point for them. But instead, no, they handled it well. They stood strong, and even if it went down to that how he was getting spammed through the fire there, they overall dealt with the pressure, and I think that's very important, especially in rounds like that it starts to show your strength. And the crazy thing I'm scared for is when we get back into the game is what is going to happen when they get onto their attacking side. Like, this is just their defensive side so far, and they're popping off.
Yeah, that's true, right? The attacking side is where we'd expect them to really thrive. And the fact that they've gotten back into it on the defense after a relatively slow start, definitely a scary factor. I also wonder what's going to happen to Hybe. He's the player. He's coming in as a Phoenix in this one, and he's had his PC issue, which is why we've had this delay. For him now, I don't know what the situation's going to be. Do you get a new PC in? One of his mates have one close by? Maybe. I remember there was one game, I can't remember which player it was, but he had to cycle to his friend's house. No, he had to cycle with his PC to his mother's house to set it up to then play, which was, you know, fair play. So we had an extended tech pause for that. So obviously that's going to put you out of your comfort zone, whatever's going to happen, even just the fact that they've had their 5 rounds lost in a row, and now they've got this tech issue built up, and they've got to just get back into the mental state of, come on, we can come back in. If the first couple rounds don't work out for them, I think that's going to be really tough.
Well, as we're still waiting to get into the game, Mitch, I got an even funnier story. You said he had to cycle with PC. There was one player, right, in a CSGO game that his internet just went down. He had to drive to the office, which was like an hour away, then take his whole PC, get set up there. So he drove to where his team's office was in order to be able to play the game. I think we waited like an hour and a half. I really hope that won't happen when it comes to this game. I hope we can get back on track real soon. But these things don't just affect you and the team. Like, it slows down everything. You had the momentum. It's like biding a lot of time here. It's now what you deal with yourself, how you stay like focused and ready, because you can quite easily just start to sit back and go, oh, come on, like do that kind of thing. We're all watching. We really want this to work. We really want to see the game go down. But for the players, it's even harder.
Oh, definitely. It's a pretty tough situation, realistically. If you're you just want to get it out of the way, right? You want to play your game. I mean, look, you know how it feels when you're playing a game and the enemy calls in tac pauses and you're just sat there like, come on guys, let's just play the game. They're getting this, but it's not even a tac pause. There's no one to blame. It's just RNG, just unlucky. I've asked there in chat just to see if the admins know roughly how long we're
That's
talking.
why I was checking as well.
Yeah, if Hybe has got his PC ready. They're typing back, so we should know in just a second. Hopefully there's some good news. Crossing my fingers for that one. But
We want to give news to everyone watching, right? Because what we've seen throughout this tournament, yeah, it's $20,000 on the line, 13,000 for first, 5,000 for second, 2,000 for third. But we've seen so far Attack All Around who've had a lot of success within the region, right? They've been in finals, the Africa TV Asia Invitational Summer. They took a 2-0 win over AHQ. So I'm really excited to see if we can get that matchup back on the cards and see that in the finals again. Not like I've got like I definitely want to see them win, but it's just like I want to see the rematch come in, right? The Taiwanese team against the Thailand team, see if they can go head to head and how they'll be able to deal with it.
Well, it looks like the news is in from the admins, James, and we're going to be taking a quick break, and then we should be back in hopefully 10 minutes, but we'll find out about that. Yeah, hopefully we'll be good to go. Keep you updated in chat along the way, and just FYI, no, I'm not Mish from C9. He's slightly better than me at many things, unfortunately.
Like a lot.
I don't know if you remember that, Banks. During the beta, he was playing in some tournaments in NA, and they were tagging me instead. So I was like, do I just own this? Do I just start retweeting it like, oh, I'm sick, dude. Look at this ace I got.
So good.
But no, I just tagged him when I think you're looking for this guy, bro.
Right.
Yeah. Let's go.
Sure. Definitely.
Let's go over to the break anyways.
Guys soon.
We'll see you soon. I hope Banks, you gotta keep your fingers crossed, okay? The whole 10 minutes. A whole while. Do it with us, chat. Okay? Cross your fingers. 10 minutes. See you soon.
And we're back. It's finally time to get back into the game. We wanted to make sure Hybe had his PC up and ready and things were good going. Hope you guys kept your fingers crossed because we certainly did. It's time for the teams to get back into action. It's time for me and Mitch to deliver all the commentary once again. The question is, how does this affect the teams mentally? How do they deal with all of this? Because it's certainly not easy when you have an extended break. That's what, like 25 minutes since the game was happening. So sadly, what happened was Hybe's PC broke. He needs to just obviously get things fixed, crashed, whatever else happened. They got to get themselves back in the game, back into the server. And really, this is when you look at a true test of a professional team.
Yeah, definitely. When you have those little breaks, there's many ways it can affect you. If you've lost 5 rounds in a row, maybe it's going to help you bounce back, regroup. You can even look back at some of the games while you're waiting for your buddy to fix his PC. Look back at some of the rounds, figure out what was going wrong, and start to get a read on it. This is something that you can take as an advantage. Some teams will sit there and they'll wallow in it, and they'll want to just get it done, and it starts to really negatively affect you.
Listen, Mitch, we're in the game. Swap it over. Get us in the scene.
Well, let's go. Alrighty. So we are ready to roll with what will be an exciting game, I hope. And
you were just talking away, not listening as per usual. You guys were just talking and chatting non-stop. But we do see AHQ with a 2-round lead. They were on a roll. It was 6 rounds in a row that these guys managed to pull off. No, 5 in a row. 6 was in total what they'd had. Can they grab themselves a 6th now, though? Ooh. Very early use of that ult in this round. TKCC finds Ayo. That's a big scalp to take.
Well, for only one word, they got to be careful. All right, they've got that opening duel. You don't want to give it back now. And with the map control they've taken being next to nothing, they've got to be very careful when pushing through to any part of the map.
Kilo went aggressive early on and then fell back a little bit. Might see some of their heads, but he gets tapped down. Hybe's able to find it. That's less than ideal for him. It's going to be a 30-second bust onto this A site. But are they going to find success? 3v5, they've got the numbers. That's the way you want to see it go down. He starts off real strong in this one. And this is looking great for only one word to come back into it.
Yeah, they could get the damage done. The 5v2, it's definitely possible. Shock Dart's going out to try and deal some damage. What is this? Rainy again with a 2k. Couldn't get the ace, though. It was needed. And there you go. Only one word. They've found it. They've done it. Finally breaking the streak of AHQ.
Certainly scary when you see Rainy get going like that, but it wasn't meant to be this time around. And Hybe, right? Imagine he's the one that had the PC issues. He's the one that's also at the top of the server.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have a player like that going out early on or having to swap a player out. It gets very scary for these guys.
Luckily, they've still got him around, so... Just about to hit that ultimate as well, right? 5 out of 6. He could be coming through and dealing some serious damage on Phoenix pretty soon.
Ooh, early flash goes out, pushes the operator away. Sober ult. Oh, he's following him. Oh, and he's for some more. He's done a lot of damage as well. Forcing Hybe to have to spend that heal up. The molly on the floor, and well, ultimately, he's done enough nice bit of damage there to start off with here.
Ultimately, with the ultimate, he did the ultimate damage and took down a player. What you like to see, but it's returned on. That aggression through C long seems a little bit unnecessary. Losing out on your Sage. You still have that solo site defender on the C site, but obviously now you're much more narrowed down. The operator holding C solo it's always viable, especially with the camera that's in play. And oh, they're not checking close. Milk able to pull back 2 and put AHQ ahead.
That's a huge pickup as well. That spot is used so many times, and it's crazy how many people do not check it. We talk about corners. Well, right down there is also another spot that should never be left unchecked. Darkest now hoping to pick up this ult orb to get a revive, and that's a huge pickup. No one's spotting it either. This could be the thing that brings them back into the game. Who does he decide to go for and revive as well? That's going to be key. Hybe making sure that no one is going to be destroyed while this is taking place. They're pushing up in. They want to hit this B site. They wall off the right side. They're going in for the left. The trap is going to reveal their locations. The ult's going to come out and force them off for the meantime. But Hybe has snuck through. Darkest is out of it, though. Oh, it's the time. It's not going to work. They can't get the spike down. What a way for this to go. It's so unfortunate. Kant gets the last 2 kills. An amazing ult on a slow rush in. Only one word. They played themselves with the time.
The clock being their biggest enemy in the end, James. That is upsetting. And just desolated in that final spray as well. Kant getting his extra damage done. Considering we started out with only one word, losing a player, pulling it back a little bit, it looked like they were going to be able to deliver, but now they're 7-5 down at the halftime, and AHQ on the attack is a different beast altogether.
Yeah, this is where I'm scared for only one word. AHQ, large and in charge, only by 2 rounds, but look at the way it went down. 5 in a row, then we come back after this crazy break. They drop 1 and then just pick up this final round. This is a one where only one word need to have one of the best defensive sides I've ever seen from them.
Yeah, it's got to be solid as can be. Do we believe in that when you've got this kind of composition? You've got a Phoenix in play. I don't know. I mean, look, Phoenix ain't going to make the biggest of differences to it because the core is still there. You've got a smoker in the form of Brimstone. You've got 2 solo cider map controllers in Cypher and Sage. And you've got, obviously, you've seen the recon go down from the man himself, Sova, to get that info play. This is a comp that can work. We saw the Phoenix do some serious damage already in this map. They need to do a little bit more if they're going to be able to stand up to AHQ.
Well, at least Kent has some information to play off of, that there could be more than just 1 or 2 players lying in wait in the A site. Already rotation starts to come through. AHQ charging super fast pace here into B. The molly goes down, but it won't actually do that much damage. They can just take it, fight on through, and they are pushing all the way around. The spike will go down, but they need to be careful. They run into Jeff, and he's dominating heads. Over-aggression, over-extension for sure. Oh, and Jeff's not done yet. It's now a 2 versus 4. This is awkward as hell. Rainy playing so smart there. Now it's in a 1 versus 1. He's on top of it. He's going to try and flash him off. Is it going to work out? Damage being done. Milk seals it. That's perfect. The right play being used there with the breach. Oh.
Man, I'm surprised. They obviously really wanted to stick it halfway, but the aftershock, it's deadly. If you're caught anywhere near the halfway mark deep into it, you're dead. It just kills you. Even if you're far away, it does so much damage. You're right on the edge of it. And to just stick it inside it, it was a risky play. Not being able to get out of there on time. An 8th round for AHQ and Eco to come through from only one word. And we mentioned before the fact that they're on the defensive side. You expect some investment. Usually on attack, you'll see both of these teams just eco. But when you're on the defensive side, hey, you take a couple shorties, see if you can do some damage up close. Even the Sheriff, depending on where your money's at and what you intend to buy in the next round, can be viable to try and hold an angle and get a 1-tap.
Now only one word, and I look to do as much damage as possible. First shot at least landed. Can't get the kill though. Kant continues to aggress round. Nicely done. These aftershocks are coming into play in a big way. Rainy's stuck for the moment, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the team can push on round. They've got site control, and they can even play the long game here. Shadow Orb's going out, and they're disrupting the vision. Only one word, can't see through it, and they can't find a way in.
The shots from the Sheriff, good for a kill on Darkest, but he's just pushed down right afterwards by Milk, getting the upper control, the A site's locked down, and really, there's nothing you can do in a 1v4 with this kind of a buy especially. So saving is the right call, and we go 9-5.
This is where it starts to look real scary for only one word. They can buy up into the next, but it's more than just a must win. Because they need to deal with this aggression that's being thrown at them with a good agent pool. I'm not saying like it's completely not possible with what only one word have here, but they just lack enough of the abilities when it comes to the defensive side. The attack side, we can make an argument for it. But on this defensive side, it's a whole different story. Hive is going to have to absolutely pop off. And Jeff, what we saw from him on the pistol round, needs to be delivered on all the rounds going further forward.
This is the thing, right? You're up 9-5. What a way to be winning. Ain't no better score line. You're really just taking more than you're giving. And that's what I'd like to see. Build up those rounds, smash them out. And if you look at the majority that only one word have been winning, it's all early, right? Those pistol rounds, The anti-ecos. Now they're getting shut out in that early aggression by Hybe. That's A short opened up. The stun gonna go through. They're really pressuring these players, but not looking to continue forward and really make anything of that duel. Instead, just issuing a paranoia of sorts without using an omen. Just by getting in there and making them think a push is going to be coming through. Making sure that they don't re-seize any map control. And then they'll rotate over to C, which is now wide open.
You gotta love how he's been using his aftershocks, but how is the flashpoint gonna work as well? He's going up close and personal. He's the first one in, but Milk goes down. They can still fight this off. They're going for the pre-fire. They've got some of the lesser weapons still in play. Bakila wants to take a forward spot. The revive is already up on Rainy, who's been having one of those games once again. Now it's a 5v4, and this is going to be a difficult retake to have. They're trying to spam it up, but is it not going to be enough as that drone comes round? It's at least going to spot out how many players are there. And they don't have to be caring about C-Long at all. There's no one there for now. Jeff starts off in a great spot, but Milk, the timing works out. The aftershock is doing the damage it needs, and so are the players on the team. AHQ get the 10th round, and only one word. They are falling apart, even going up against lesser weapons.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking good for only one word now that they've just got pistols. We should be seeing 11-5 come through, and Faith is starting to slip slowly away. In this series, we warned that only one word definitely didn't look clean in the previous games they had. I said, even without seeing a game from AHQ, that they would be my favorites after the little that we saw in some of the other stages of group stage. And right now, they are delivering. I've got to really take a look as well towards the ultis in play. You've got Breach on the attacking side. We mentioned it earlier on, what feels like a lifetime ago at this stage, banks towards the start of this map. How Breach on the defensive side, he has his uses definitely, but you'll really see the benefit of having this agent on the attack. And if they're to push into a side at the moment, they can guarantee that no one there can return fire with that ultimate.
Well, this is what's crazy, right? People talk about his flashes, but the aftershock can do so much. Force players out of position, stun them so they can't even push into a site. Disorientate them so you can push up against them. On attacking side, it's oh so scary, and Milk currently using it very well. Only one word. They need to do some serious damage in a round like this. But it's just going to be oh so difficult. He's going to be pressured real soon. Oh, the shadow orbs go out. His position's also known now. It's actually Paranoid. That's the one that goes down. The molly on the floor as well. Oh! They didn't know who to turn on there, but it's still going back in favor of AHQ. Some nice damage done early on with those pistols. But they've been walled off from one side. No one's coming from long again. Dark is just getting away with murder for that.
Spreading them one at a time. With just the ghost remaining. Wasn't really much hope in that one, was there? I think the kills that they got even were a little bit more than you'd expect, so only one word. See, this is the hard part, right? You've got to be happy with how that round went if you're only one word, but at the same time, it's 11-5. If you lose this, it's over. This round has to go their way. I've seen an operator come out in the hands of you. That has to be the turning point. Right here, right now.
Oh, it really does.
The scary thing, Banks, if you look at that scoreboard, look at where IU is. He's a player we've highlighted as being insane, and he's not even showing up right now. Doesn't need to.
Well, you showing up at least in this opener. He takes down Milk, and that's a big player to finish off. The Shadow Orb's going to give him the chance to run away, and he's going to try and reposition towards short. Has a look on down and hopes someone else might poke up into him. There's no revive in this round by AHQ either. Smart use of the drone. We'll give them the information if they're still around. But he needs a lot more than that. He needs to be able to pick up some kills. He needs to really put it in their favor in a big way.
So far, there's just no opportunities being given up by only one word. They're playing super tight, but eventually Darkus gets pushed down up close. IU, the player we said wasn't really showing up so far, gets the opening, but there's the trade. They're back in it in a 4v3.
Yeah, U's putting in work, but they're trying to fake out this B play. They're actually going to head towards C. This could work out massively in their favor. They need to check up towards window. TKCC gets himself one, and he's just going to back away. Smart play coming in here, but they can potentially still get this spike down. They go out for it. They take down TKCC just after he pops his ult. So that's one of the wasted ones. The Sober ult's coming through. Oh, Rainy trying to stay alive, trying to go in for the fights. Headshots delivered. This is insane. How is Rainy getting away with this once again? Oh, they line up! Rainy with the clutch. A huge play and a 12th round secured. It's match point and only one word. They came so close, but it looks so far.
This is ridiculous, Banks. This is absolutely ridiculous. Rainy has had so many clutches in this series, possibly more as an individual than anyone that we've seen throughout the rest of the tournament. And that's in this series alone. Absolutely incredible. And now we come into a 12-5 scoreline. If you think about it, if AHQ pick a side and rush it for every round that's left, the odds are they'll still win. And they've got much more tactics to them than just rush B, rush A. Hey, why don't we rush C?
It was so smart from AHQ on that previous round, though. They used a lot of abilities up on B, forced them to sit and hang around there a little bit, and then they just bum rushed into C. They made it work.
Gotta be upsetting if you're only one word. Because they're being played as well, right? It's the fact that they're being forced into these rotates. They're being sold fake info, and it's working so convincingly. And here it is, the breach ultimate that we talked about.
Oh, everyone can't move on the A site. Hybe's going to pop his ult just to stay alive for a little bit longer, but he'll instantly probably be taken down afterwards. He hasn't been spotted out. He does get taken down in the end. It's Kant who lands it. Milk spraying him down. It's a 4v2. What can you really get done?
Not a whole lot. The one upside is there's no heals left for that breach, but that is a very, very small upside. Even only one word or low with no Sage in play. The time ticking away, pushing through the smoke. Now the only option for the Brimstone. Oh, you manages to pick up the first kill. Now they've got their angles covered. Here comes the recon. No shock darts to play with, though. And as TKCC falls, Yu's now left in a 1v1, cleaning up Milk, who was low HP. But here's the Hunter's Fury, and that should be it. He's going to delay it all the way. They realize the only chance is to stick it, but hold on. He's got to move in there and stop that defuse. He has to run for it. Run with your pistol out. That defuse might just come through. The classic comes around the corner, and he's got it. Oh, no. What a disaster. Kant got baited out.
Oh, wow. He even tried to delay the Hunter's Fury. Too many times do we see people spam it, right? And then it still can't connect. He's just wasted it. Instead, we see it played oh so smart by only one word. They take the hit on one, they run away from the next, and they stand strong for it. Beautiful play. And a big round that they desperately needed. It's keeping them in it.
That's so upsetting as well. You know, in those situations, it's very easy to say from my perspective because in the moment it's very different. But you know, once you hit those first two, you got to realize that third one's going to do nothing unless the player's low and your teammates know that he's full HP. There was not really too much point in going for that third connection. I think at that point you should just start closing in towards the site. But again, it's very easy to say that in hindsight. Maybe the communication wasn't there, that he wasn't low. You're also just thinking you have already got it in the bag, that you could run there in time. There's so many things going on.
Well, the one thing we haven't touched on yet, Mitch, actually the grand finals tomorrow are going to be a best of 5. I'm all down with that.
I see. And do we know?
Map, right? So
right, okay, so we can keep cycling on through. That's quite interesting. I didn't even know that. We're learning something new.
First best of 5 Valorant grand finals, at least for us to commentate. I don't know if any other Ignition Series events have had a best of 5.
Off the top of my head, I don't recall one.
Push coming in though, either way. Milk got in so far, but gets slapped down. Now more damage needs to be done. TKCC playing off the edge of the cage. This is handled beautifully. Oh, he's just owning them. Every single player he looked at went down in seconds. Headshots delivered, and TKCC, he is on one. He is not going down, and they will not be allowing AHQ to get this win easily.
Well, that was just disgusting. What the hell was that? He's running around just doming absolutely everybody. What can you do in that situation? But nothing. Die. That's it. He was wrecking house, and that's what you'd love to see, really, isn't it?
Yeah, popping off.
Now, where do we go? 12-7. 5 consecutive rounds needed. just to bring it to an overtime. That definitely doesn't make it easy. Potential's there for this to work out for only one word, but it has to be flawless. They can't have any more close calls like that 1v1 defuse with the Hunter's Fury. Gotta be convincing start to finish.
Nicely held by you. He's got Hybe there to back him up. They likely won't expect another player to be pushing through off the back of this either. Rainey's going to get in with that revive. This could be a telling side. The flash comes out. Hybe spamming him down. Yuzi even managed to find Milk as well. A lot committed to this round, and it's gone so far with a one-man advantage towards only one word. But Io wants to even up the numbers. He wants to try and make this work. We're now in a 3 versus 3. Spike on Rainey. But look how much control the Omen has now. Omen and Cypher up on B. They're in really good spots. They can wait for this to come in. Does the Sage have the wall off still?
I'm not sure, but the cam up in play towards B is actually for the defending side. So they've definitely spotted it out at this point, but the info's given to them afterwards as the spike goes down. They have control of bottom window. This is fantastic. Really, like, it's planted right out in the open. The wall has gone into play for AHQ just to stop them from being able to make it on through. And there's the res. Now the man advantage. Maybe this is going to work out for only one word. They've got to make sure they're trading, though.
Oh no, they have to move. The ult comes in. They've done it without being taken down though. Rainey right on the edge of the smoke. Huge work to be had. Io pops one and he just backs away. They're getting away with it. AHQ looking to make it happen now, and they have 13-7 on their opponent's map pick. They won the first map 13-9, and they have done it. Made it to the grand finals with a 2-0, playing Bind and Haven. They look like a solid team, and they'll be facing Attack All Around in the grand finals tomorrow for a best of 5. And I gotta say, Mitch, right, what makes this really interesting is these two teams recently faced off against each other in the finals before of the Africa TV Asia Invitational Summer, where it went 2-0 to AAA. Oh, a best of 5 between these two is going to be epic.
Yeah, back in those games as well, I really feel like Attack All Round are a team that, to me, just off what we've seen, are the stronger team. They're the one I would pin to beat AHQ. But the signs of life are there. This was a game where IO didn't really turn up until that second half, and yet they were leading massively. And in the end, I think he definitely didn't finish top fragging that map. The fact that we're seeing plays like this from Rainey.
Scores are up now, so switch over to that, mate. Have a look, because Rainey wasn't top fragging, got 22 rather than 23, but did absolutely play sublime. It was incredible. Great work. And I got to say, from Milk, fantastic breach play.
Oh, 100%. We talked about Breach as an agent that maybe typically wouldn't be going in for those kills, would be the supportive element coming towards the backlines, but we know Breach can be used individually as well. You can set yourself up for duels. Often it's better to set your teammates up, but in certain scenarios on the defensive side, if you're being pushed down, you can get the damage done. And that's exactly what Milk was doing. He was shredding on the defense, but Rainey, man, he was the one that really just shone through to me. You're coming in as a Sage, you've got to be solid. You've got to be holding down your angles. A lot of people think of a Sage, oh, well, she heals, right? That's the whole point. No, healing is the tertiary concern. It's not even up there. It's the slowing, it's the map control, it's the res. And for Rainey, staying alive, getting so many kills brings that res up more often. But more important than that even was the clutches. My God, how many rounds were we ready to count it out? We were ready to hit fast forward, get the next one started, and then Rainey just pivots on the spot. Headshot, 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 they win. Crazy.
And we're going to get Taiwan taking on Thailand for the best of 5 grand finals. And then we're going to have Team SMG going up against only one word. Team SMG coming straight out of Singapore, and only one word, who came through the Hong Kong qualifier. So let's look at this, right? The only 4 teams that remained in the top 4 were all invited teams except for only one word. Only one word came through the Hong Kong qualifier and found their way into guaranteed top 4, potentially finishing in 3rd place. That's impressive on its own.
Well, most definitely. And look, if you get that 3rd place, at least that's the money as well, though, right? So it's not like some 3rd, 4th place deciders you're going to be coming in saying, oh, well, it's only $500 extra or whatever. 3rd, 4th is the difference between no money and $2,000. And it's a pretty big difference, really. You played all these days to walk away empty-handed? I don't think any of these guys have.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy, right? We've come all this way. Group stage was really up and down for some of these teams. But then when we got to the playoffs, they've really hit their stride. AHQ just then, they have superly impressed me. They went 2-1 in group stage. They ended up losing out on the game against Sharper Esports in there. Sharper Esports then went down very early on to only one word in the 2-1. But AHQ going 2-0 in both your quarters and your semis, that's dominance.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That is just, it sends a message, right? Moving through to the finals. They're coming for attack all round. They want to get the revenge. They're not here to mess around. And I'm all for that rematch in the rivalry we'll get tomorrow.
Now, when it comes to these two teams, though, Mitch, right, we're both definitely agreeing that attack all around certainly look like the better team with this. But AHQ, they can throw some curveballs out there. They can mix up the agent composition a little bit. That could certainly be a game changer in it.
Hey, definitely. The reality is losing 2-0 to a team just gives you more data points on what you can do better. Now, the one thing I will say is attack all round on Ascent looked like animals. And when it comes down to a best of 5 series, you're guaranteed you're going to be playing that map. So you better be damn prepared for that.
Ooh, you got the knockout stage MVP thrown up now. And WannaFly, he's still at the top.
Wow.
330 average combat score. You now will have to do his best he can to try and beat that. Borkum's still up there. Io's worked his way up as well. But look at Milk and Rainey. AHQ are occupying a lot of those top spots. When you look for AAA, it's only one player right up there.
I'm surprised, man. 330 rating. If you think back to the Allied Odyssey, the highest we saw at any point was 300 stable from Looker, and then he dropped down a little bit afterwards. So like I think after we went through the group stages, the highest was something like 280 or 290. That's insane. WannaFly has been dominating, though. It feels like 26 kills is just his default setting.
Oh, man. Let's see what WannaFly can deliver in those finals, but he needs to be very careful of going up against the AHQ guys. I'm going to see, just have a quick look at when these two last faced each other, what maps they played on, just to see how it all went down. So
while you do that,
it was 13-7 bind for AAA, and then 13-5 Ascent for AAA. Again, we talk about it right there, dominance. And this is the bracket we've got, Mitch. This is where we're at. Tomorrow, the finals, a best of 5, attack all around going up against AHQ Esports. And then we've got a third place playoff, SMG going up against only one worm. We know there's a lot of SMG fans in the chat.
Oh, we definitely do. They've been here the whole way through rooting on their team, and they'll get to do so tomorrow when they potentially win their little bit of prize money. For attack all around, one thing I want to mention is that only one of their players is in the top 10. I think in the top 20 or top 16 even for the knockout stages. Whereas AHQ have got 3 players within the top, I think 6 or 7. And that's a really important distinction between these two teams. AHQ are dominant individually. They've got these players that pull off these clutch scenarios like Rainey, who's able to just come through and dominate. Now, when you look at the other side, attack all around are a much tighter knit squad. WannaFly is miles above them. He doesn't want to fly anymore. He is flying, that's for sure. The rest of the team are firmly grounded, but doing their job bit by bit. And yeah, okay, they're not getting 20 kills each, but if everybody's getting enough frags and then allowing WannaFly to come through and just destroy the rest of the team and sweep up the rest of it, that's all they need to do. But the question is, and we haven't seen it so far, but I'll put the caution out there, what happens if WannaFly doesn't show up? Do they then have those players who can step it up in his absence?
Oh, that would be a wild one. We'll have to wait and see. But guys, we are done and dusted. Thank you very much for kicking it with us today. You can find us on Twitter at Banks Esports and at Mitchman. Go and give us a follow. Go and show us some love. We'll be back tomorrow to give you the third place decider and the grand finals between AAA and AHQ. You guys won't want to miss it. We'll see you then.